Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording slash live stream of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, May 3rd. Let's talk about Wednesday's stream. So, oddly, it seems like either my internet service provider cut my upload speed in half, and I think it was probably more than just cutting it in half, because even that shouldn't have caused this problem. I think it was just they were having a lot of packet loss, a lot of network problems in general. I don't want to get too technical here and start armchair quarterbacking what was going on, but major ISP issues that just magically fixed themselves later in the around midnight that day. Now, that would have been all fine and good. Backups had been in place to adjust for that, and the backup is the recording that is simultaneously made when I make videos. Unfortunately, there seems to be a bug with OBS, or I had two things going on at the exact same time, which is a possibility. So I did reset my computer and just try to refresh everything, and hopefully this will never happen again. It's never happened in the many years we've streamed Hearthstone before, but because there was, to me it seems like, because the ISP was giving me trouble streaming the frames to YouTube, because that part of the process wasn't getting done, the other part of the process wasn't getting done either. So the long story short, that stream is lost. You can go back and watch what YouTube got, but near the end it's totally corrupted and just frozen on still frames. I don't know if all the audio was there or not. I'm not going to make really an attempt to recreate it, so there probably was news and games that came out on Steam that I talked about and basically talked into the void about. The irony here is already that stream has like 12 views. I don't know how many of those are from me, but that puts it at a rather high view count this early, and that very possibly means a lot of people are gonna come get recommended that one live stream over every other live stream. And unfortunately, if I take that down, it hurts my YouTube channel. If I leave it up, it hurts my YouTube channel. So I guess I just leave it up for posterity. Basically, I did put a comment on it explaining the situation briefly and apologizing, but there's really nothing else I can do. This is definitely not how it's supposed to go. The backup video, in theory, should always be recording and always doing a backup that is completely independent of what the streaming is, and I've complained to OBS about it. I was responded to by someone who works as a community support, so I hope it fell on people who would actually investigate it more, but I don't know, because clearly there is something in the order in which things are processed, or in which things should be done in parallel processes that are unconnected, that's conflicting there. Yeah. So that is that. Now, in the process of, you can upload your logs to a certain website on OBS, and it will tell you, it'll basically just get rid of everything that isn't a warning and then reiterate what the warnings say again. And one of the things it did say is that the color space that I've been using, which is full color space up until this point, is wrong, and that I should be using partial color space. My understanding, the YUV color space is what it's called. Partial is for TVs that can't do pure white and pure black. I have certainly seen lots of videos that are super dark on TVs when you try to stream them from YouTube. So I changed that, so the colors might look a little bit different. Let me know if this seems more accurate or less accurate or more preferable. I'm gonna do it for the streams and not for my recordings until I get some feedback. If people say, oh yeah, now the colors look way different and way better, that's fine. I'll put it back to I'll put everything to the partial color space. Ideally though, I think it should be in the full color space, even though OBS's website is warning me against that, particularly since I'm playing PC games that totally can do the full color space, and I'm pretty sure YouTube just adjusts it, or tries to adjust it anyways. Let's hop into Hearthstone here now. So we had one Druid card already played, but we should re-roll this. Alright, so now we have a victory with a Druid or Hunter, and we need 3 victories with a Rogue and Warrior, and we need to challenge a friend. So let's start with that idea. We may not have anybody come on actually with the challenge a friend, so that is something that I may have to do off screen, so I'll keep that in mind too. One of the things that was being said is, well, if the recording is dropping rendering and encoding frames, encoding lag, I think was the phrase that the error said, that it would mean that my GPU was at 90%, and that does not make any sense at all, because playing at 90, I guess I'm just gonna play ranked. Running my GPU at 90% to play Hearthstone is ridiculously unlikely. Like what we're playing here is hardly something that is super high graphically demanding, such as like The Witcher 3 is the example I always use, but even now Witcher 3 is probably not anywhere close to actually being
none can escape my fury.
The highest of demanding things. It would be something now that uses like ray tracing, the latest Tomb Raider game or something along that line. Alright, we're not playing rogue cards per se, we're trying to, let's see, I don't think we need to backstab immediately, so it's gonna roll that. We do need to get all of the daily quests done, so this could be a rather long stream. Going down through my Twitter feed, there's a decent amount of news, even though even without going back and talking about news that happened. Let's see, is this worth it? No, let's just end the turn.
I wonder.
You know, just ending your turn on the first turn is probably the easiest and right move a lot more often than it feels like. Getting a 1 turn advantage is kind of nothing. See, this clearly is a combo deck. So yeah, we've got a decent amount of news. I'm not sure I have an actual story about this one, but I did want to mention that Game Informer tried to clarify Randy Pitchford on what Randy Pitchford said on the stage about Borderlands 3 not having microtransactions, and Randy Pitchford took that as an accusation that he was lying. Truth is, he was lying. The saga of Randy Pitchford, in case you haven't heard it, is that he is a magician. All magicians have a very poor connection to distinguish what is truth from lie. Let's see. Oh, battle cries and combos trigger twice. Alright, so if I was to do this and then do a combo to deal 4 damage, can I get 2 of these on the field? Yeah, so Randy Pitchford like has been accused of lying a lot throughout his career as a video game CEO. Originally a video game programmer, theoretically, although I don't know. I haven't really done the research to see how much of that he really even did as far as programming. But yeah, he lied. What he could have done if he was smarter, which I don't think he really is, and that's just my personal opinion. What he could have done easily is said that his Borderlands 3 contains no repeatable microtransactions, or that would have worked, because what Borderlands 3 does have is the same thing that Borderlands 2 has, which is the your minions battle cries and combos trigger twice. Oh, so spells don't count. This is one of those decks where you have to actually learn how to play it. So it's probably all built around one specific minion, and so this deck is probably built around having a completely full hand and playing it on the 10th turn. So yes, you can buy, like you could before, skins in Borderlands 3. Almost obviously, that's kind of what we figured they were gonna do. So it was just ridiculous for him to try to virtue signal is kind of the only thing you can really call it, by saying the game has no microtransactions. It totally is going to have microtransactions. And I would argue that even if there's zero intent and no actual interest in ever doing the shift system and the key system as purchasable gold keys, which I would totally believe that they have zero intent and zero interest. That was the one card I needed.
Pay attention, class.
Let's see.
I'm ready to learn.
Oh, up to no good. Me too.
I'm ready to learn.
Yeah. I could definitely see. I could definitely make the argument. Sorry, I went really quiet there as I'm trying to figure out how to play this deck. That you are spending not money but time and effort and your vision, what impressions you're giving to Borderlands by following them on Twitter and Facebook and services like that. You're allowing yourself to be advertised to by following them, to get those shift codes, to get the golden keys. So there is, maybe you don't even use the word micro in the phrase microtransactions there. Maybe those would be better described as pico, which I believe is smaller than micro. Yeah, maybe you just say that those are pico transactions, but I think in a general parlance, if the idea is to say that there's no microtransactions in
Oh, up to no good.
in Borderlands 3, I think you're probably stretching it a little bit. Let's see. There's just a polish there that there should have been a PR department that had written a script for Randy Pitchford when he was on stage. They should have argued, what phrases are we going to use, what phrases are we not going to use. Instead, he said specifically there will be no microtransactions in Borderlands 3. People called him on it. Instead of saying, you know what, I was wrong, I meant to say this, I misspoke. He's now double downing on it and fighting people, going on a long Twitter rant publicly, which he totally did this publicly when he could have just called Game Informer's editor and said, let's get this corrected. He takes this very public approach that is not going to be helpful for anything.
This guy's toast.
I don't know if he's if he was trying to set up a defense against other people. Like, was he just gonna call Game Informer a fake news organization, basically, or what? Or try and sue him, which wouldn't really work at all. He's already been, like, Randy Pitchford has already been in lawsuits and accused of lying and fraud before. He should know what to say and what not to say. He's consistent and constant issues of shooting his mouth off are kind of well documented, and like, there you go. And so it all kind of just boils down to he needs to learn to be very careful when he's on the stage, when he's saying something, which all CEOs should be able to do. And this is just more example of Randy Pitchford not being a good CEO, frankly. Like, he does not do good for the business, and it makes Borderlands worse because here we are, Borderlands 3 is entangled in at least two scandals before it's even out and playable, instead of people being super hyped to play it, which it's probably a great game, but it's entangled in, actually we'll be talking about another scandal, so at least 3 scandals before it's out. One scandal, of course, being the Epic Store exclusive, now the claim of no microtransactions when it does have microtransactions by any realistic interpretation. It's just they're not repeatable, consumable microtransactions like you might have in a cell phone game. There will be no, like, crystals or anything, obviously, or it seems, at least. If it does have something that actually is like a crystal that you can purchase over and over again, which would be the gold keys almost certainly, then that would be evidence of actual deceptiveness, actual blatant deception. And whenever I have a conversation about Borderlands 3, I always have to end it with this idea that I still want Borderlands 3 to succeed. I want it to be a good game. I really don't want it to suck. I don't think that there's too many people out there that want to see it to suck. When I think of Gearbox, I want the employees of Gearbox to succeed, and quite frankly, I think them splitting off and starting a new company would be the best move they could possibly do. And particularly in the Gearbox situation, if they split off and started a new company, there's really no reason that 2K couldn't give the license to this new company, because 2K owns the license to Borderlands, not Gearbox. So let's start covering some other news instead of things off the top of my head. The other thing is, I think, yeah, I can't remember which company. I think it's Capcom is restructuring its esports division. I don't think I have an article for that. So I think Capcom could be some other Japanese company. So I'm actually doing, I think, relatively well for what we've got.
Justice is mine.
So we have an article here on TechRaptor. Warhammer 40k Deathwatch Nintendo Switch version has been cancelled. I didn't know it was coming out, so it would be kind of nice in an article like this to say when it was announced. Let's see. It's currently available on Steam for $19.99. So let's see what it looks like in particular.
Justice is mine.
So Warhammer 40k, I need to zoom in some more. Warhammer 40k Deathwatch Enhanced Edition is a turn-based top-down game. It doesn't look particularly good, although maybe if you have nostalgia for Warhammer 40k, there might be a reason why you want to play this. Is this one of these games that... no, it's not a game that's just a companion game. It wouldn't be $14.99 if that was the case. But you can see even on Steam it's mixed. So, yeah, people are not impressed by this, and I'm not surprised.
Justice is mine.
Might as well just play cards. Let's see. And I'm just gonna zoom these in to the right size. Yeah, that's how I want it. There we go. So it's almost not news. Quite frankly, when something you've never heard about is canceled, something you never knew was coming is when. Alright, see, now that's not what we want to have happen on Reddit. But also, I can't really do too much about that, can I? And Loki's on. Let's see if Loki is close to being done so I can challenge a friend. Well,
Brothers, heed my call.
see, he's got like 15 health, and I think he's probably playing something complicated enough here that he is not just going to die in the next turn. Yeah. So let's go ahead and leave that, because that's going to take a while. So we failed with Rogue, let's try with Warrior. The odds that the Warrior would work is, I think, even worse than Rogue, but we need to learn these decks if we're ever going to succeed with them. And I don't plan on every month building new decks. And by the way, I never got around, after all that trouble, I didn't get around to rebuilding the decks on the European or Asian accounts. So that's another thing I'll have to do. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Party Bingo. A single player game of bingo versus computers. Might be slightly interesting, although I think frankly you'd also want this on a cell phone. This is $4.99. This is single player and multiplayer. Personally, I'm just not enough of a fan of bingo to be interested in this. This looks kind of fine for bingo, although arguably maybe not so much, because if you were playing single player you probably don't want just one bingo card taking up at one corner, and there's a lot of wasted space in the middle, it seems like. So yeah, I'm not going to put this on the follow list, but there's a thought there, although it does get back to the tabletop simulator article, because, or argument, where, or why buy a specific bingo game when you could just buy tabletop simulator. Whenever this minion takes damage, gain armor. I guess we're probably going for a sacrifice warrior, if I was to guess. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Ubisoft and Jinba, a company I've never heard of, aim to thwart key resellers with silent key activation. Ubisoft and Jinba Digital have partnered on silent key activation, a method of selling games through third-party stores that aims to prevent game keys from popping up on key reselling sites. Which, there's clearly some people that are very much interested in reselling keys, and I could see why. If you're buying a bunch of Humble Bundle games, there's tons of keys I have that if I could sell for even a few pennies would be better than them just sitting and not being used. And that is how the entirety of the Humble Bundle storefront itself is. Oh man, I screwed up there. Is designed, is that you're going to overspend on things you don't use. Let's see, is there anything more? Rather than directly purchasing a key for a game from one of those third-party sites and redeeming it on Ubisoft's Uplay platform, a store would prompt users for their Uplay account info. Following that, Jinba verifies the account and activates the game automatically on the player's Uplay account. So what this really sounds like is Uplay is getting away from keys in general, and this might be the case for Steam users too. You may soon find, instead of getting a CD key or a game key when you buy a Ubisoft game on Steam, you may start to see you just have to log into a third-party account, which might not be allowed through Steam. The system means that neither the retailers or the players ever directly handle game codes, And as Jimba Digital CEO Matt Murphy tells VentureBeat, that cuts down on opportunities for those codes to be redirected to unauthorized sites. I imagine it would be pretty easy if you are a key reseller to simply do some kind of code injection attack in the stream and get around that. That would be my guess. Is that I bet the key is still being sent in some back end way to Uplay, and there's probably some way to figure that out to get around that. But I also don't think this is going to change too much, because Ubisoft is only one big player in key reselling. There's still plenty of other people that are doing key reselling, and I don't see how this is going to immediately destroy sites like GTA, or which I have seen this article written specifically saying that it was targeting G2A, and it does not seem like it really is. The funny thing here is that we're getting a lot of complaints here from game developers. A lot of whining, certainly, where they kind of need to pick and choose their victim. I'm gonna just play rogue and casual and see if I can actually learn how to play rogue and win. If they had been just banging on the drum of code and key reselling is a problem, and Steam is somehow in part to blame for that, I think people could be behind that and say, okay, let's get rid of Steam keys and third-party sites, which I don't think Steam wants to do, because they'd like to kind of open themselves up a little bit more so they're not legally considered a monopoly and such. The problem now though is you also have the Epic Store and people leaving Steam for several different reasons. That they've done what I think is often done in debate inaccurately, which is bring up far too many varied and different arguments instead of pounding on the one most impactful argument, 1, 2, or 3 of them. Meanwhile, while it is effectively the video game publishers and their PR department that's complaining about Steam key reselling, they have lost a lot of credibility because of all of the massive employer abuses that have occurred. So why should I care about Ubisoft not liking Steam key trading, which is eventually going to end up costing the consumer more money, and it's really impossible to make an argument against that perspective when there's stories out there from companies, maybe not Ubisoft directly, but companies like Ubisoft, and abusing their employees with crunch, firing them, laying them off, giving them no job security, treating them terribly, straight up yelling at them and abusing them. There's just a lot of conflicted narratives now, and you can basically just boil it down to the simplistic thing. Steam key trading reselling makes the prices stay low. It adds competition. We don't want to really see it go, because then if it is a more closed market with select places being allowed to sell keys for Uplay, for instance, you will see less sales and less competition. That's just exactly how it's going to go. Let's see. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here.
Justice is mine.
Guess I could have played that at that point. That would have worked. Yeah. Alright, moving on. Next we have a game on Steam that's all in Chinese characters, or Asian characters. It looks like a NES RPG for 59 cents discounted, and it's Chinese, so yeah. This is the kind of game I probably should have just skipped. And I tried this. Which I am trying to do a little bit more of that. Let's see. Five copies into your hand of that card. Next spell you cast costs 3 less. And then
Justice is mine.
I'm ready to learn.
Quickly.
I'm ready to learn.
Yeah, don't know if I'm playing right at all. I'm probably not. GameIndustry.biz has this article, and this just confuses the narrative even more. Path of Exile devs, quote, sometimes we feel we are being asked to crunch, in quote, by fans' demands. Grinding Gear Games ask fans for patience as it works on both short and long-term improvements of Path of Exile. So now this company is basically trying to use the idea of crunch and the negative connotation around it as an excuse for the reason that their game, Path of Exile, which I believe has been out for quite a while, they're trying to use it as an excuse for why it isn't up to snuff as far as the fan base is concerned. Here's why this is such a facetious and ridiculous argument, without even really reading any more of this article, which it doesn't seem to matter. By the way, this company is the company that owns Path of Exile. The New Zealand-based Grinding Gear Games is owned by majority stake by Tencent, so they have more money than possible to hire more employees, which also makes this argument incredibly facetious. It is 100% though the developers of games and the publishers of games that put out announcements that say a game is in development at all. You could take a decade-long cycle to develop a game in secret, and unless that announcement was leaked out by an actual leaker, no game fan would know anything about it. And even if it was leaked out, that doesn't really do anything or mean anything, because it's not getting, it wouldn't be getting screenshots, it wouldn't be getting anything along the lines of any kind of hype. So it's ridiculous for Path of Exile to blame people who are hyped when they were the people who hyped them in the first place. And so, yeah, it kind of just falls in the same narrative though too. It's like developers, publishers, they're coming off as crybabies, as these rich entitled companies that don't want competition, don't want demands on the quality of the products they sell. They just want everybody to be good little consumers and buy anything and everything into that can be purchased without any commentary otherwise as far as whether it's good or not. Even when I have a bunch of these on the field though, let's see how this is gonna work. Yeah, even I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. So, look, we can destroy an undamaged minion. We can play this.
Pay attention, class.
We can do this.
I live to learn.
We can do this twice.
How much is this worth?
And then we could return this.
I'm ready to learn.
And then we could do this twice. And that just gets it up to a 5.
My hand is too full.
Gamma Sutra has an article here, Q&A producing a bigger Borderlands. Frankly, this is, for me, I think a kind of hype article for Borderlands 3. I don't think I need to see Q&As on with a producer. I guess this was the senior project manager, Chris Brock. It's got some questions here. It's like, but until I know and see the real reviews of people who actually bought Borderlands 3, how they feel about it, and that will be a while because they're going to have to actually play the game. Until all of that happens, I don't suspect that there should be much of a conversation or as far as how did you produce this game, because the question could be read as how did you produce this amazing game, or how did you produce this horrible game. Either one could be true at the moment. I played out of order. This guy's gonna run out of cards. Like, at the end of his turn, he draws cards. So I don't know if this guy's really gonna let me win or not. I could definitely use a free victory. But it seems like he's playing. Next we have a game on Steam called Physics Drop. It's another mobile to PC port of a low-effort physics game. It's $2.99 with a lot of language support. Yeah, of course, it's not making it to the fall list. This game is taking too long, and I'm paying too much attention to the Hearthstone today. This would have been the thing, certainly. Play this. And do that. Kill that. And then let's see. That. Might as well do this, even though that won't count towards the combo. That gets it to a 10-10.
Justice is mine.
So if I could get him down in health next turn, and then he draws 2 new cards, that'll be interesting. Because now he's going to start fatiguing himself. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam, The Chronicles of King Arthur Episode 2. It's a match 3 game for $3.74. We're seeing these slowly come out from the same publisher, HH Games. And it is compared to Honey Pop, which Honey Pop 2 is eventually coming out. Let's see. So, if this somehow did 10 damage, which it might, and he doesn't win this turn, that would be interesting. But he really is just letting me win, so no surprise there. Unless he decides to attack, which he is. He just stretched it out. He probably had cards he needed to play, would be my guess. I'm seeing the beginnings of a strategy there, but not really a lot. Here's Loki. Let's challenge him and see if we can try Rogue again. Loki used to get on chat a lot, but haven't seen him in a while. I get the feeling probably my content has changed a little bit. It's morphed over the past couple of years. Meanwhile, while that's loading, we have a game called Chili the Chipmunk Pinball Adventure, which looks like a low effort effort at making a Sonic Spinball clone, I guess. It's free to play, so I guess the price is right, but it does also look terrible. Okay, so this is the thing we need more than anything. This is what we also need, and this is kind of what we don't need. So I have the beginnings of what I'm trying to do on the first draw. Gamatsu has an article here. Toho Hayobana Antimony of Common Flowers is coming to the Switch. This looks like this is a fighting game. I may have even talked about this before. Let's see, it's on Steam right now, so we can just click on the link to Steam and see that it's rated very positively. But English language is not supported, and it's $24.99, which makes it seem like it's probably a pretty well-known, popular Shrine Maiden 2D fighting game. So, yeah, I don't know if that means it's coming to English per se. That might be the better question. Yeah, I don't see any indication. But it is coming out to also the PlayStation 4 version.
I wonder.
It's coming out to the PlayStation 4 before that version, so I wouldn't before the Switch version.
Justice is mine.
So it's coming to more platforms. I wouldn't be surprised after it comes to not more platforms that it will then come to more languages, possibly not. Alright, do I want to use the coin?
Justice
think so.
is mine.
In this turn. Next we have a game on Steam called Die Bloody Inward Die. It's a top-down shooter. Looks like it's a pretty low effort game, troll game, or at least half troll game. It's early access for $11.99, which seems really expensive. And it's English and Italian, which Italian's an odd choice since Italy had its own flavor of fascism. Let's see, but yeah, visually it doesn't pass the appeal test, so and it totally does just feel like a troll game. Alright, we need to start doing some stuff. So let's do this. And this.
This guy's toast.
And then this. And then this.
This guy's toast.
I don't know why I did that. I could have done 2 damage here and then attacked. That was a mistake. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution Physical Edition has been announced for the West. I assume this is the most recent Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. And you can tell by the graphics, like, I think this is a Bandai Namco game. No, it's a Konami game. So Konami definitely doesn't care about video games. You can tell not a lot of visual polish. You could do some major real-world high-resolution scanning of the cards from Yu-Gi-Oh! And just use them instead of these animated textures. There's really no need, even for a Switch version, to have animated textures and animated backgrounds. You could do a lot better and pay some artists to do a lot better. You see, compared to just a standard mobile game, this looks like something from mid-90s, early 90s graphics, as far as just backgrounds and font styles and cards. It's not good. And inherently, if this game or any Yu-Gi-Oh! Game came to PC, which there are a few already, and they were of good quality, I would potentially consider playing it instead of Hearthstone, but that's just never the case. It just looks so bad, and I don't know if I'd ever hang my hat around Konami in general, since we know Konami doesn't care about games. Right. Add a lackey to your hand. And give your friendly minion +1 in rush. Deal 2 damage. Deal this. Play this.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
That's good enough.
Job done.
Gamatsu has an article here. Card Fight Vanguard EX launches September 19th in Japan. So in comparison, you have another card fighting game, of which there's quite a few in Japan and very few actually come to the West. So there's possibly going to be an anime based around it. I wouldn't be surprised if Cardfight Vanguard has been a series already, and the EX is just a remaster, reboot, expansion of it.
Face me, you cowardly clown.
So there's some gameplay footage here. Let's see what that looks like. It's just a video. Apparently I had seen. So here's a great example of you've got slightly better backgrounds, you've got more colorful cards, you've got a different layout from what Yu-Gi-Oh has. You have better looking cards this way. There's just a lot of polish here, and this isn't really only like one, maybe two steps better than Yu-Gi-Oh, but it certainly looks a lot better when you're thinking about how much time and how much effort it's going to take to play card games over and over again.
Don't make me push buttons.
So yeah, Cardfight Vanguard EX might be a big deal, might not. Moving on to non-card game related news, TechRaptor has an article here. Hundreds of thousands have been banned in Apex Legends so far, according to Respawn, which certainly would explain the dying interest in Apex Legends. Although, to be fair, there is an article later that's where Denuvo talks about how they act to stop cheaters, and multiplayer games can certainly die if you allow it just to become overrun with cheaters. We've certainly seen that complaint made.
Oh, I love that fuse thing.
See, I could double my deck with Leroy Jenkins now if I want to. Let's see. Let's just do it.
Nice.
Let's see. 2 to an undamaged minion.
Time's up. Let's do this.
Let's do that. I could have killed that guy if I'd played better.
Quickly!
You're good.
Let's see. In the turn. To me, personally, it feels like Apex Legends. Oh man, it's already been an hour and I've barely covered anything. This is going to be a long stream today. I can already tell. I'm not awake. I really need to start figuring out how to wake up earlier and be wide awake when I start streaming.
I dream and the world trembles.
But yeah, I'm not really sure where the player base, people who are actually playing Apex Legends still, I'm not sure where they are as far as interest. Okay, I can do this, and I can do this. I can play that.
This guy's toast.
And I can do this.
Time's up.
Do
Let's do
that.
this.
Next build cost less.
Quickly.
That's probably a total waste. TechRaptor has an article here. Congregate co-founder Emily Greer steps down to, but is to remain active in the gaming industry. So Congregate, it says, is departing on good terms and planning to pursue a new opportunity in gaming industry. So she got another job. Congregate has was, I think, just a storefront, and then it branched out into being a publisher. They may publish games like Speed Brawl, Hell is Other Demons. Doesn't seem like much else. Like, Congregate gets mentioned once every 9 months or so, so they're not even on the level of something like Good Old Games, or anything like that. Turn an enemy opponent to hand. Alright, let's do that. Get rid of that.
Don't make me
Do
push
this.
buttons.
Keep destroying that. Let's see. Deal 4 damage here. Do this. Kill that.
Justice is mine.
And in the turn. Next we have a game on Steam called Favor Chess, which seems like it is chess with a bunch of new things and some card-based actions, which goes in a very weird direction, and I wonder if this is based off some kind of board game or something that's been made. It's not even the right size chessboard as far as what it looks like to me. Looks like they've added another line or two in the middle. And there's definitely shapes and pieces that don't exist. This is free to play with in-app purchases, though. That seems like a crazy way to go here. And unfortunately, I think chess.com still is your better bet in figuring out how to be good at playing a standard game of chess is probably better. Let's see, I've got nothing. How can I have half my deck full of Leroy Jenkinses and I have not drawn a Leroy Jenkins in the past 2 draws? Adweek has this story. YouTube is making all of its original content free and ad supported, so they're giving up on exclusives as far as the YouTube Plus whatever plan it was. I suspect that they will continue to offer that plan, so you can go ad free and see no ads on YouTube. I think that idea works. Just tying it in with original content was the mistake, and really most YouTube content creators don't want to see YouTube making their own content and becoming like a TV studio, but they are still kind of doing that, because the subtitle on this article here is, it is also creating a top secret project with Justin Bieber. I'm sorry, even if Susan Wojcicki starts to do the right things, I don't trust her enough. Like, until she is out, because I think her rubbing elbows with celebrities is the reason why all of these celebrities have been brought to YouTube, where they are not welcome. So until that happens, until Susan Wojcicki is gone, I don't have any faith in YouTube stopping this attempt to court celebrities to YouTube. And on a certain level, maybe they're right. Maybe celebrities should be courted to YouTube. But it does not feel good as a content creator to basically be told you're not important. Let's go get The Rock and Will Smith to be on YouTube, or all the gaming channels aren't important, so let's get Jack Black to start a gaming channel and then barely ever make any content, and when he does make content, it'd be extremely short and not that good.
This would be a good time for a man to
Let's see. There's a story later where Epic Games has delayed the release of certain of more features, so it's not even, it's going to be even longer until Epic Games as a storefront has some features, and they've already promised that some features are not here. Or some of the features are just never coming. Man, am I tired. I'm gonna take a break after this recording and just walk around, try to wake up. But on the flip side of that, or more information, Epic Games 3 hours ago tweeted, "We are aware of the ongoing technical issue that causes some games not to appear as available to download or launch after a successful purchase on the Epic Games Store. Our team is currently looking into it and will provide an update when we know more." So there's just this yet another technical issue on a super simplistic unfinished storefront website. Now 24 minutes ago they published, "We've resolved the issue and you should be able to see any affected games in your library and available to download within the next 48 hours. We apologize for any inconvenience." That's bad. And I am not sure if Borderlands 3 is out for purchase on the Epic Store right now. Because if it is, this is even worse. Like, the number one reason why anybody would go to your terrible storefront would be Borderlands 3. And if that's not there, then that's a problem. Or if that's not available to be played. If you have to wait 48 hours, even if Borderlands 3 isn't available for purchase right now, if this same thing happens when Borderlands 3 comes out, and you have to wait 48 hours before you can play the game because of a bug, you're going to be super pissed. And rightfully so. Well, we got the challenge a friend done. Alright. Let's see if we let's try a Druid or Hunter deck. And I'm just gonna play this casual still, because we're so far behind. We're an hour and 10 minutes in, and we've got victory after victory after victory. There's tons of news. And I'm just going, and now I'm not being very awake. Gamatsu has an article here. Ubisoft's Skellcon website teases a Ghost Recon announcement on May 9th. What's next for the Ghost Recon series? Frankly, I believe there has been a Tom Clancy style Ghost Recon. They're not even using Tom Clancy's name anymore. Game. I think there was one that has been in development for a while, and the one Tom Clancy game that they are pushing right now was kind of supposed to be a much bigger game with a lot more content and not just this multiplayer only experience of good guys versus bad guys. And so I imagine what gets announced is a game that will have been in development for quite a while. Now when I say in development and the way this is being announced, it probably means it's been in development and then they started all over, and then they started all over again, and then they started all over again. I wouldn't be surprised if the current iteration of this, whatever this Ghost Recon game that gets announced is, has actually only been in development for 3, maybe 4 years at most. And I've certainly not gotten anywhere closer to making any decisions on any of the Tom Clancy games. So I don't know why I would specifically be hyped or interested in a the most recent game, which is probably the most recent Ghost Recon is probably a continuation of some general idea or story. Okay, can I do? Rush, summon a 1/1 Murloc. I'm in this weird position where I kind of don't want to run any cards. TechRaptor has an article. There is a good old game sale for classic Epic games, which this is interesting, and THQ Nordic games. So Unreal, I guess not Unreal, but Unreal Tournament is what they're probably talking about. Jazz Jackrabbit, Darksiders, Elix, Spellforce, and more. What's interesting here is there might be a tinfoil hat thought that good old games are selling classic Epic games because these classic Epic games might be leaving good old games and going to the Epic Store. If you believe that tinfoil thought, then maybe they're also selling THQ Nordic games for the same reason. So this is a leap in logic leading to a secondary leap in logic. But perhaps, and this would be quite a leap in logic certainly, perhaps we're going to see all THQ Nordic games leave Steam and good old games also and move over to the Epic Store. I wouldn't really put that past THQ Nordic, frankly. They would do slightly better if they were in a smaller pond and were given guaranteed sales, considering particularly that Darksiders 3 was supposed to be, at least in my mind, it was supposed to be the one game that was going to bring about the beginning of great success to THQ Nordic. Alright. Do I want to kill this guy? I guess this is my only real choice. Epic Pinball. I guess Epic Pinball is an old Epic game. The less tinfoil thought here is both of these are just publisher sales that happen all the time on Steam and other storefronts, and classic Epic games and THQ Nordic games aren't going anywhere from good old games. That would be the more believable and realistic thought.
Job's done.
I don't know personally if the Epic Store really benefits for having its old Epic games only on its storefront, but then on the other hand, I don't know where the Epic as a company benefits by doing the jerkish maneuvers that they're doing in general. Seems like every action they take is responded by a very unhappy player base, so I don't see how that's buying them any loyalty. You could possibly very well do one jerk move and get away with it, and then do several moves to kind of counteract it so you balance it out. But the Epic Store for the most part hasn't done anything to be consumer friendly at all, and so yeah, I don't think at this point there's any action they could take whatsoever that would convince me to use the Epic Store. If anything, I would be more willing to turn to piracy if to get games that were Epic Store exclusives. Even if the Epic Store became the only storefront in the entirety of the PC landscape, like, I think at that point I'd probably still turn to either piracy or go back to consoles. Let's see this. Next we have a game on Steam called Jump King, which looks like it is a platformer built around a knight that jumps kind of awkwardly. You don't really see it. You have to crouch down and I think build up energy to jump. So let's see if I can show a better example of this. Let's see, I guess it was this video possibly. So you're crouching down and building up your energy to jump. I don't know if this is really a game though. Like, yeah, this is $12.99 and they're calling itself a tactical leaping adventure. I don't see how this isn't really just dual jump with a lot of polish on it. Just a mobile game. Yeah, I'm gonna not put that on the follow list. So I have a bit more emotional energy today. I'm putting my foot down more. Okay, Hunter didn't work. Let's try Druid. Although Hunter got very close to working. Tech Raptor has an article here. Mortal Kombat 11, brilliant bloodshed. Let's see what they gave it.
Malfurion versus Gul'dan.
Maybe I'm wrong about the number of characters in Mortal Kombat 11. Maybe it's just a case that Mortal Kombat as a series has not had enough characters added with every expansion. It feels to me, quite frankly, by number 11 you would have a longer list of characters than what we're seeing here. The fact that it has to be a diamond shape and it couldn't just be a pyramid with a much flatter base to show all the characters is weird. And so they gave it an 8.5 out of great. Mortal Kombat 11 offers a fantastic middle ground of depth and accessibility. I think that's arguably a mushy middle for fighting games, providing excellent excitement in a beautiful, presented, densely packed, and easily digestible package. NetherRealm's latest title is a resounding success. It's weird because in the middle of all of this, we have NetherRealm Studios being outed as a serial abuser of its employees, and yet at least the mainstream video game media loves Mortal Kombat 11, but it still seems to me people that actually play and pay for games don't really love it. So I have kind of no clear response on that. I hear in general everybody hates Ronda Rousey's performance in it, which that certainly was a mistake. I think that's the problem here. There's a lot of little mistakes that you can either go one direction and say I care a lot about that, or you can go the other direction and say I don't care about it at all, and that is how you're going to significantly feel different about the game. Tech Raptor says the pros are tight and refined fighting, incredible presentation, fast and excellent story mode, and great tutorials. I've heard the exact opposite on story mode. I've heard nobody really. I've heard the exact opposite on presentation, depending on what you're looking for there. I've heard nobody else say anything about tutorials or tight and refined fighting. So I don't know. I don't know who to really believe. And I think what really it's going to just come down to is Mortal Kombat 11 is not going to make it to EVO. We know it's not going to make it to EVO. If a game isn't accepted by the fighting community, which is really what I mean by saying it's not going to make it to EVO, then it kind of doesn't really need to exist at all. The cons that Tech Raptor give it are the crypto rewards are padded out with junk and Ronda Rousey. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm more than willing at this point to write off Mortal Kombat 11. I don't think it's anything. I don't think it fixes the problems of 4 through 10, which is this growing problem of an irrelevant fighting game series that is so old and unnecessary. Let's see. Cast a spell. You didn't return. Cast a spell you've cast this turn. Targets are random. Okay.
This be our neck of the woods.
This.
What shall we hunt?
And oh, I could have played this and then played that, come to think of it. Oh. Next we have a game on Steam, Witch's Legacy, the Charleston Curse Collection. This is a hidden object game from Big Fish Games. It's $11.69, a little cheaper for a collector's edition than what they usually sell things for. And I haven't seen Big Fish Games put out a game in a couple of weeks. So I wonder if they were running short or maybe they were reevaluating their price a bit. Either one would make some sense, quite frankly. What to do. Like, it really doesn't make a lot of sense to jump around and go to the European account and bang my head against the European account just to come back to the Americas account to bang my head against the Americas account. Let's at the very least just go long and have a super long Americas account episode, which is what we're doing because we're already at an hour and a half.
Let the hunt begin.
I didn't even mention that, yes, I am continuing to play Edna and Harvey, the Breakout. Did some more recordings of that. I'm approaching the point where I'm having to look at the walkthrough to find the solution to the puzzle every 30 minutes. Also, very often it's an experience where you're you're really not accomplishing a lot in 30 minutes. You're just going through dialogue trees where there's way too much dialogue, and it's very unbalanced. Now, there is a point in the game where it seems like the developer themselves admits that they did this as their student thesis project, and they really didn't know what they were doing, and they put like 30,000 lines of dialogue in the first act alone, which is an incredibly large amount of lines of dialogue. 30,000 is probably about the amount you would get from a standard visual novel. And you can definitely feel that, like when there's a joke reaction to every single item in your inventory, when you could have easily written just some that's not gonna work, forget it, it'll never work type responses. And even when you're doing the right thing, you often get 3 or 4 lines of dialogue instead of just one quick and piffy line of dialogue, which is really what it needed. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. Doom Slayers Club opened as part of the Year of Doom. Let's see. It basically seems like a customer loyalty program to encourage and reward Doom fans for interacting with the game and the community. I will be playing Doom, so I don't see really though to join this Slayers Club to earn points, rank up, or win collectibles. Seems like this is the kind of Doom collectibles you would be getting, which I really don't need any of that, frankly. It seems like they probably just had some extra stuff from their storefront and the merch store. Video game merch in particular, it's like, get over it. Stop. Come back to reality and realize that most people don't have room in their life for this garbage.
Quickly.
But I guess if you happen to be the person who still likes, I don't even want to call it memorabilia, but I guess that's the right word, or likes video game memorabilia, maybe the Doom Slayers Club makes some sense to you. This guy is just wrecking my strategies. And you just cannot play Hunter unless you wait till mid game or something. Next we have a game on Steam called Frank and the Time Twister Machine. This seems like it's a beat 'em up style platformer from best I can tell. This looks like it has a visual art style. It's a little weird, but it looks like there's something here. So $8.49 discounted. I think there deserves enough this deserves a follow at least. We may very quickly find that this is not actually that fun to play, or it's really short, but it deserves, I think, a little bit of a chance. Okay. Other beasts. This. Let's see. This. Here. GameIndustry.biz has an article here. This is an interesting turn because I figured they wouldn't do this. Riot Games will drop the mandatory arbitration following walkout threats. Staff at League of Legends developers will no longer be blocked from filing lawsuits over sexual harassment or assault. I don't know how this is legally enforceable since they've already signed an arbitration clause, because you could still, even if it does go to a civil court case, I heavily expect that the lawyers will pick up this arbitration field and the arbitration forum and say, Riot has been so kind to you that we've even allowed you to have this lawsuit proceed, even though you are not legally entitled to it because of signing this arbitration agreement. I mean, you really could still use it to your advantage if you try hard enough. And I think there's probably a pretty big feeling among Riot's legal team that these lawsuits are going to fail anyways. But I guess it is true, and this does go to show the power of striking and walking out. That's basically what a strike is, and the power of employees working and unionizing, or to use the right term, but that yes, we would like to kind of see this happen more often in every industry in the United States and around the world, so that there are fewer employee abuses happening. Let's see. There we go. Riot probably had no choice. On the other hand, this may very well be the beginning of the end of Riot, because if I was the CEO of Riot and and this is kind of the feeling with YouTube too, if you've just got an entire company of employees that are all against the management, to the point where it's just this, well, everybody hates the management and the management hates everybody situation, you're at this point as the CEO, you're looking for your golden parachute, you're leaving, and you're possibly shuttering the whole company completely. You're trying to get yourself as much money at any expense whatsoever. So I wouldn't be surprised if Riot sells like everything to Tencent. I wouldn't be surprised if the management of Riot starts fleeing left and right. I wouldn't be surprised if they're at the next shareholder meetings are huge executive bonuses and payouts that they're pushing for. I wouldn't be surprised if this is very bad for Riot as a company. And if all the management leaves and there isn't a new group of management that can run the business, that doesn't really help the employees. I did say 2019 is going to be the year of bankruptcies and shutdowns on game companies, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is the beginning of the end. The only thing I think Riot could do is the thing that they probably can't afford to do, which is systematically and fully start to lay off and fire all of their employees and replace them with new people, which is the threat that every single video game company makes, is that you could easily be replaced. Riot is actually going to have to put its money where its mouth is, I think, at this point, and actually replace all the employees, like, totally. And you can do that systematically, and it can look very much like a good thing, because if you put a heavy emphasis on we're going to hire new out-of-college employees, and we're starting a new office somewhere so it's completely isolated from all of the toxic employees that we already have. You wouldn't say that out loud, but that would be the general idea. This is, I guess, what I would do with YouTube too. Is I would say YouTube's starting a new office in the middle of the United States, not in New York or California, where there's too many crazy liberal people, SJWs in particular, and we're gonna hire not extremely conservative employees or any anti-SJWs even. We're just going to hire good employees that care about YouTube and care about the quality of their work. And eventually I'd just start firing and getting rid of and laying off people at the current YouTube headquarters. And at a certain point I would just say, we're gonna make the new office the headquarters instead of the old office being the headquarters. That would be pretty believable way for me to run it, and that would probably take years to do. So the thing to look out for is if Riot opens new offices, shuts down old offices, makes massive layouts, gives major executive bonuses, because there's only a couple things that they've been painted in a corner now. They've shown that they can be bullied by their current employees, and they've given the power over to the employees, which basically opens the door for the entire company to be run by the employees, and they will just keep pushing it and keep pushing it. Like they are making a big fuss on a important issue now, but I wouldn't be surprised if the next issue doesn't feel quite as important, or doesn't make as much sense.
Well played.
Let's see. Let's attack one guy here. Next we have a game on Steam, Family Hidden Secrets, Hidden Object Puzzle Adventure. This is a oddly looking hidden object game with a lot of mini games in it. Because it has like this overworld map on it for really no reason. It's oddly free to play with in-app purchases. I kind of think this idea of a free to play hidden object game with in-app purchases might make some sense, particularly if you can play it free to play and get a certain number of hidden objects every few days, every day. This is an English and Russian game, however, and that's questionable. And I guess there is a slight argument to play hidden object games on PC at higher resolutions, so you can see things easier than playing them on your cell phone, where, yeah, you're going to do a lot of zooming in and panning if you're panning and scanning, while if you're playing a hidden object game that is high resolution on a cell phone screen. That being said, people do it all the time, and it's not too big of an issue. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. Claptrap's voice actor David Eddings will not be in Borderlands 3 due to a pay dispute. So yeah, that's not good. Why even bring Claptrap back at that point? If you're not willing to pay this guy who has been who's been the voice of Borderlands. You made him the voice of Borderlands, kind of despite the fact that a lot of people found him barely tolerable in a lot of instances. Why bring him back at all? You had every opportunity in Borderlands 3 to simply say, "Oh, I sent him on a secret mission," or have Lil say he thinks he's on a secret mission, but I really just sent him to the Arctic shelf again, where he was at the beginning of Borderlands 2. Or just pay the voice actor. Now, inherently, this also is on top of the fact that Scooter is not in the game, because Scooter doesn't work for Borderlands creator Gearbox anymore. So there's actually quite a few. There's kind of quite a few people now, just on the voice acting element, let alone the programming, art, and gameplay design element, that just don't work at Gearbox anymore. And this could be the beginning of the end, and what I've thought about that should happen, where just the entirety of the team that made Borderlands 1 and 2 successful have or are in the process of leaving that company. Let's get this. And let's see. So, the fact that they would put the announcement out and such, with Claptrap in it, seems ridiculous. They could have cut him out completely. So here's the tweet. Somebody asks, "At David Eddings, are you still Claptrap in Borderlands 3? No, for the first time. I insisted on getting paid for my performance, and all of a sudden they couldn't afford me." So apparently he was not even getting paid, so he probably was a programmer. Now, I'm not telling them how to run their business, but maybe next time they should put the $12 million payment from 2K in the Gearbox bank account instead, just saying. So he's alluding to the accusal that $12 million was laundered. Basically, a $12 million bonus was laundered by Randy Pitchford into another one of his businesses. So yeah, it seems very much like there are people who either work for or no longer work for Gearbox that have had it up to here with Randy, and this has been going on for decades. It seems like. So he was Claptrap in Borderlands, Borderlands 2, Borderlands the pre-sequel, as well as the Telltale game Tales from the Borderlands. Apparently for free, which seems ridiculous. The robot Claptrap will appear in Borderlands 3, but there's no confirmation on who will voice it. Like, David Eddings is the head of publishing at Rooster Teeth Games, so he was possibly doing that as just a friendly gesture to show up in the game. So apparently he didn't actually work for Gearbox at all. yeah, so another trip in the possibly non-existent armor of Borderlands 3. Does this inherently ruin Borderlands 3 for me? Not really. I bet Claptrap disappears or gets shot in the first 5 minutes. That I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly how it happens, or if they just reuse dialogue lines that have already been said.
Face me, you egomaniacal elf.
Job's done.
I have no idea what I'm even trying to do in this deck. What is the strategy here? Is it to make him run out of cards? Arguably, I think it probably would have been too much to get rid of all the characters from the previous Borderlands game, but I think you could have turned it down and introduced new characters and tried to establish that they're going to just in every new title have new characters come out and replace the old ones, and only a few of the old favorites came back. Borderlands 2 in particular, if the 4 original Vault Hunters from Borderlands 1 had made no appearance whatsoever in Borderlands 2, that probably would have been fine, frankly. That was not the intent of the first game, was to make the player character somebody of interest. It is a bit of a loss to see Scooter gone. It is a bit of a loss to see that Mad Moxie is probably going to just play less and less of a role in a lot of the scenarios. But yeah, most of the other characters it doesn't. Sir Hammerlock's not that interesting of a character. Crazy Ed was very underused in Borderlands 2, and he was fine at that point.
Versus Anduin.
Like
Life shall bring victory.
the merchant guy, Dr. Ned, and such. Those guys are probably pretty important. But they've probably also done as much as they can do with those characters for the simplistic writing that's done in Borderlands. Tiny Tina is going to be a little bit more grown up, so there's a potential that she's less fun. Like, every line of dialogue you add to Tiny Tina is probably going to impart the nostalgia for when Tiny Tina first showed up. So yeah, they could very easily ruin that character. I definitely don't think there's a need to bring back any of the characters that were playable in Borderlands 2. Like, if the Necromancer character shows up, that was added later DLC characters that very few people would have played. The pirate lady from one of the expansions probably not coming back, although she would be kind of fun if she did. Same is true for almost every bit of DLC. Every DLC had an interesting character or two that probably won't make a comeback, or maybe they will, and there'll be basically no new characters in Borderlands 3, which would also be something to complain about. It's an extremely delicate balance, frankly. But the general idea, as I understand what Borderlands is supposed to be, is that there are supposed to be a little generic, bland characters that you don't really care too much about. Because if you care too much about them, then it takes us from just a standard looter-shooter game where you just want to run around and shoot things into more of a story-based game, which feels like a big tonal shift. Like, that was my number one complaint is how the game seemed to take a drastic tonal shift after Roland was killed into a much more serious experience. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article, Staxel review under construction. I don't know what Staxel is. It looks like it might be a Minecraft mod clone style game. I suspect this is not going to be rated well. It's 5.5 out of 10. Staxels has some solid fundamentals, but it doesn't feel like a flashed out finished game. Yeah, I don't think there's anything more that needs to be really said about that though. Clearly it's just a Minecraft clone. And yeah, I don't think that there's enough there. Stop attacking. And play. Next, TechRaptor has an article, Jupiter and Mars review. It ain't better down where it's weather. I saw Giant Bomb kind of cover this, but then they were also friends with the developers of this game, so I kind of stopped paying attention after they admitted that. This looks kind of like it's a 3D Echo the Dolphin game, but it didn't look very interesting to me. Apparently it's PlayStation 4 and PlayStation VR. TechRaptor calls it a 4.5 mediocre game. Jupiter and Mars is lovely to look at and listen to. I just wish it was actually fun to play. The pros a great art style and fantastic soundtrack to concert. Story misses tone completely. It's boring gameplay. It's an empty world and it doesn't portray an environmental message very well. So yeah, let's do this. And let's
Back to the void.
do this. And then let's do this. And do this. I was gonna do that more. So yeah, it's odd when you look at something like Jupiter and Mars and realize that still, even in 2019, there can be these just kind of failed projects. We ran out of money style projects that come out and don't really stand a chance at being successful at all.
I got the best deals anywhere.
And this. And then this. And then
Justice is
kill
mine.
GameIndustry.biz has an article. Risk of Rain 2 sold 1 million units in a month on early access. Hoppo Games' sequel reached a milestone 5 times quicker than Risk of Rain 1, its predecessor. Now, to be fair, Risk of Rain 2 looks like a 3D fighting game, shooting game. You know, it looks like something that is not really a AAA game. I call it a AA game. Whereas Risk of Rain 1 was a flat 2D fighting game, which maybe had tight controls, but it's kind of hard to tell in the depiction of a game whether that's the case or not. So that's definitely going to be an issue. Kill this. Hit this. And then let's hit this. And then this.
Justice is mine.
I should have hit that.
Quickly.
That was a mistake. Well, what's this guy gonna do? There we go. So there's a point here to say that, yeah, if you make a 2D platforming fighting game like Risk Away 1, it is probably only going to get 1/5 of the sales and catch 1/5 of the player's eyes compared to making a 3D game, which is what people expect to see if you're trying to sell something at a, you know, AAA price and or something that looks like it's actually going to be a AAA quality product.
This guy's toast.
Oh, up to no good. Me too.
We have Level by Level Gaming on the chat saying hello again. It's
Unity. Precision.
GameIndustry.biz has another article here. Phoenix Games' first acquisition is the UK developer Well Played Games. So this Leamington Spa being a city-based team of Exient devs, EXINT, has joined the international group of games firms led by fellow games founder Klaus Kirsten. This is a lot of European and UK names. Are there any games that are mentioned here from Well Played Games? Though they're currently working. They have experience working for Codemasters, Rebellion, Sega, and EA. Currently working on Warhammer Combat Cards, a mobile title. Yeah, so nothing I'd really have heard about. Alright. Destroy an enemy minion. Attack here. Do this. And do this. And
Quickly.
in the turn there. Next we have a game on Steam called Neon Beats, which is a low effort black and white, you know, platforming, jumping, Super Meat Boy style game. Frame. It's free to play, so I guess the price is right, but yeah, I've seen hundreds of games like this. I've seen hundreds of games that look better than this visually, and yeah, none of those have impressed me, so why would this one? So, +1 attack and rush.
Lapdogs, all of you.
Do this. Just off the screen. Off the screen. And let's see. This.
Justice is mine.
This. Do I want more power, or do I want a +1/+1 plus rush? Let's play this. And then this. Let's see. Gamatsu has an article here. Werewolf game Genosia for PS Vita launches in late May and early June in Japan. That's weird because it's a Vita game. Genosia is a debate-style RPG for Vita based on the Werewolf party game. Yeah, I've heard of that party game, Werewolf. But... yeah, and I'd have to skip this footage because this is just a long live stream where they talk about it. Well, if that's coming to Japan, I really don't have a clue how popular those type of games would be, party games, and since a debate style game in Japan sounds like something that would not be very popular, quite frankly. Because Japanese people very much in their culture are not into debating or arguing anything, even in a political field. So I imagine a group of Japanese people playing Werewolf play it extremely different than a group of Americans would. But also a game like that being on the Vita makes very little sense. Both because of the Vita no longer being made, and also because the portability there. The implication, I would guess, from this is that you are going to have multiple players all playing around one copy of the Vita game. It seems like a weird experiment, certainly. I've never really noticed a lot of board games making good sales. Not even like Monopoly or Scrabble or anything like that having good sales in Japan. When you think about JRPGs where it's kind of mindless pressing of buttons and taking hours and hours, I could see where board games being often long would help in that aspect, but I could also see that board games are too thought-provoking when most Japanese people don't want a hyper thought-provoking experience. Oh man, I am not getting anywhere. Let's try something different here. We need to get Warrior and Rogue Victory. Let's try the Hearthstone replay Rogue Victory. Then I think after this game we're gonna have to call it. It's been 2 hours in this recording, and I think I'm just gonna have to move over to the Asian account, and we're set up enough so that possibly I might have to play off screen on Saturday or Sunday, and just to get the daily quest done. So I mentioned this article earlier, GameIndustry.biz, how Denuvo is tackling cheaters who think outside of the box. Publishers face an uphill battle as cheats get more and more sophisticated and harder to detect. There was a story a couple of days ago, maybe a week ago, of people loading into World of Warcraft with skin mods and their account getting banned because they used a launcher to make the game look better, and they were being accused of
Hail, friend.
of cheating when they claim they weren't. That is certainly a problem if your anti-cheat software is so bad that you can't recognize the difference between real cheating and just launching a mod. That's why games probably should just have direct support for mods by default. If it's going to be a big popular game, I guess that's a big if to assume that your game is going to be popular and sell well. So people hate Denuvo. It's undeniably true. People seem to, me at least, have proven to me that Denuvo causes major problems with the smooth playability of a game. But there is, in all fairness, this argument that cheaters shouldn't be allowed to ruin games. However, I think this argument's probably a little facetious because I've never really known Denuvo to claim that it was really stopping cheaters. It, to me, has always claimed itself to be an anti-tamper software in specific to stop people from tampering with the digital rights management, aka stealing the game and cracking it and not owning a legitimate right to play the game, legally speaking at least. So Denuvo trying this new approach on GameIndustry.biz, this self-promoting basic advertisement, falls kind of on deaf ears. I don't think there's much Denuvo could do to improve its standing with the video game community other than stop releasing software that causes trouble. There are other forms of DRM that do not get into anywhere close as much trouble with the community, with the gaming community, as Denuvo does. Like Steam itself has DRM in it. Steam itself is DRM. Nobody complains that a game is on Steam or that games on Steam run worse than the games outside of Steam. There's plenty of other little DRMs. Battle.net is in what we're using on Hearthstone right now. In part, Battle.net is DRM.
I wonder.
Nobody complains that running games on Battle.net would run better without Battle.net integration. Maybe they would, but it's kind of hard to even make that argument since they're exclusives. It's only Denuvo in particular that people have had complaints about. Furthermore, Denuvo consistently gets cracked very early in the release. It can't even guarantee 3 months, let alone 3 weeks of anti-crackability. So, and anybody who is not willing to pay for the game knows that. So, there's not been a lot of incidences of a game being uncrackable for extremely long amounts of time. There's been a lot more incidences of Denuvo just ruining the performance of games and then getting removed at the second it is cracked anyways, and then the performance magically jumps up higher. And I think we'll start to see a lot more cases of less people using Denuvo.
Justice is mine.
It would probably help Denuvo standing a little bit better if they had a case of a game that has been uncrackable for a long amount of time, but I don't believe anything like that has existed.
My hand is full.
Okay. Can we do this?
Pay
Here.
attention, class.
And here. Here.
Meant to learn.
And here.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
There we go. Next we have a game on Steam called Wolf's Fury, which looks like it's just a beat 'em up game. Platforming. Not even a platforming, just beat 'em up. It doesn't look very visually appealing to me. It's $12.99 with no discount, which is particularly expensive with a third-party end-user license agreement. Yeah. think I want that on the follow list, so I don't think anything more needs to be said about that. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Activision Blizzard quarterly revenues take a dip, so no surprise there, but Activision Blizzard's not making money, and they're using the GAAP, the generally acceptable accounting procedure, which is basically just fraud that all companies have started using, where it's not actually accounting anything. They're saying that this is the beginning of a rebuilding year for Activision Blizzard. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the beginning of the end for Activision Blizzard, quite frankly. Let's see. Swap this minion with a minion in your deck. Did that do anything?
This guy's toast.
Time's up. Let's do this.
Alright. Yeah, I definitely need to take a break after this. So this will be the last game, and then we'll move over to the European account. And I need to take a bit of a break and try and wake up. Man, I'm just half asleep. TechRaptor has an article. The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 2 is coming to the PS4 next month. I feel like this has been announced already, so this might just be TechRaptor catching up. Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel is like a JRPG 3D game, if I'm fairly certain. Teen for teen. Yep. This is what the game will really look like, and you'll maybe get an occasional scene that looks more anime-esque, but most of it is this slightly low polygon 3D animation, Final Fantasy style try to make a game. I think that there probably is an anime based off that this is based off of, and that's where the art style is coming from. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of dialogue also in the game.
Swiftly.
Sap. This next story is a little surprising. Azure Lane Crosswave heads to the Western Shores next year. Azure Wave being, I believe, a sea boat game. Let me look at this trailer. I don't think it's a visual novel or anything. I think it's human personification of boats. Yeah. Seems like this is on the water, so water games in general not that interesting. So this might not be particularly a good game. But also it definitely feels like a game that you wouldn't have expected was going to make it to the West at all. It's a mobile game. It mixes historical ships personified into cute girls and the side-scrolling action. Yeah, I was not expecting that one to get ported. But it's nice to see things get ported, certainly. There's really no reason to not want everything to be ported, if you can get away with that.
Hold it!
Job's done.
Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called The Psychiatrist? I can't pronounce that word. Major Depression. It says it's a text-based game, and I have a tendency to believe it with every screenshot looking like this. This is better than most text-based games that come out on Steam that are black and white with just text. But yeah, this is the kind of game that if I was even interested in playing it, which I'm not, it would require more reading than probably a standard visual novel, even if it claims to be a short game. Psychiatrist? Yeah, psychiatrist. I can't pronounce it right now. I can pronounce it sometimes, certainly. Just, it slipped my tongue. Discover spell from another class. Explosive trap. Discover 7 costs, 6 cost minion. I'll take that.
Hold it!
Swiftly, death awaits.
Psychiatrist. That's how you pronounce it. Yes. Figured it out. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam that's called Hitchhiker. It looks like it's a low effort asset flip, maybe GTA style game. Maybe not even have that much interesting things to do. 10% off for $8.99. Yep. Nothing here looks interesting. I see no gameplay loop other than maybe picking people up and dropping them off in some kind of taxi simulator experience. And if he kills that, summon a demon.
Think.
Let's do this. What do we want? Rush. Let's see, we want to be able to pump up our guy, I think.
Ha, this guy's toast.
Swiftly.
Let's hit that one. That one.
Remember the sun.
Hit that. In the turn. Next we have a tasteless troll game called Run for Cover, which is clearly just an asset flip, like shooter simulator. This is another kind of game that probably should be looked at and flagged before it got on the Steam, certainly. 10% off for $13.49. Yeah, that's definitely not something that I think would be good for the gaming industry if people found out that it existed. But so don't be surprised if you hear a bunch of usually uninterested in video game sites cover and talk about that game. Let's do this.
Why do you fall?
The light protects me.
That you win.
There we go. And finally, we have a game called Planet Nomads, which is already mixed, so I don't have to really put that on the follow list. This doesn't look terrible, but it probably is just an asset flip game, or create your own construction style game where it has really no reason to play. $15.99 discounted, so it's not free to play. Let's see if we can see some of the negative reviews on here. A sadly promising game that failed to live up to its potential due to the lack of funding. If the Kickstarter had happened a year or two earlier, the game would have been great placement now. Instead, the game has been pulled out of early access in a mostly unfinished state, lacking any meaningful content, which is often the case for early access game and Kickstarter games. So yeah, another failed attempt. Okay. So here we are. We've been going for 2 hours now, and we're still on the main America's account. I'm going to end this recording here and then take like a 20-minute break possibly and try to wake up and do some jumping jacks type thing. And then we'll start on the European account. We've still got plenty of news and plenty of gameplay of Hearthstone for what is setting itself up to be a very long Friday stream. That's going to be it for this recording though. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Sorry, that probably took longer than 20 minutes. Once this loads back, we'll start the next episode. Hopefully I'm a little bit more awake now. The pressure's gonna be kind of on, though. This is gonna go on forever. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. We are on the European account. We unfortunately did not get everything done on the America's account. I may have to do that off screen. Let's see, what do I want to trade out here? Today, by the way, is Friday, May 3rd. Let's see. Shaman or Warlock? Which one do I think I want to play more or less of? Let's re-roll this. Okay, so we need to play some Mage and some Rogue and some Shaman. That's hopefully not going to take too much effort. So Rogue, I'm going to avoid since I was playing Rogue on the main account. So Mage and Shaman. Let's see how the Shaman deck works, because I imagine if it's a Murloc deck, then we could probably get some victories with that pretty easily and then move forward. Let's see.
Thrall versus Jaina.
Meanwhile, we have tons of games to talk about, and so I want to just burn through everything. Yes, this is a Murloc deck. Exactly what I suspected. So we have a game on Steam here called Doom AI, I guess. This is an interesting art style in the characters, but it seems like most of the game is more of a RPG zoomed out experience. So this art style in particular is not something you're going to see. I would be surprised if this isn't a Chinese RPG. $3.99, simplified Chinese, yes. I suspect the quality is not great. Inherently, you kind of have to say that with every Chinese product, don't you? Is that I heavily suspect the quality is not that good on a lot of Chinese products. And give them enough time, certainly a couple decades, and their quality of game development might be great. Why will it improve so fast is a question that is almost political, as far as whether they're stealing technology, which they are, or whether they just once exposed outside of the Great Firewall of China to the level of quality of games that exist, that they realize, oh, we can do a lot better. But that's not the point we're at right now. So Chinese quality products in general, but video games in particularly, are still the equivalent of saying low quality products. Speaking of low quality products, here we have what I assume is a Chinese game called Private Model, where you can pose this character and put her in different outfits, and her wrists are bound and doing light bondage, I suppose, rope bondage on it. Let's see, yeah, English and simplified Chinese. It's basically just the photo mode. The tagged with nudity and sexual content, by the way. The difference between a game like this and a Japanese low effort game where you might have the exact same themes is what Japanese one would be more anime looking, certainly, but also they would try to throw something else into it. You wouldn't just have the photo mode. You would have some kind of dungeon crawler, some kind of visual novel, some kind of story and connection to something that's gameplay. when you just take all of that out, and then in this case they're selling the game for $6.99 with no discount, that is asking quite a lot for a photo mode with one model that does not even look that good. It honestly looks like there might only be 2 or 3 outfits in the entire game. Also, let's see. Deal 1 damage to everybody. Transform.
This one's a real page turner.
So yeah, that is that. I guess all to say about that game though is like, yeah, don't get confused, don't get tricked, don't buy a photo mode game just because it's trying to sell on lewdness. Xbox One has this bundle that, where's my mouse cursor? Over here. I don't know that either one of these games, Distrust and Goliath Premium Survival Bundle, I've never heard of either one of these. It's from Hourware Entertainment, eHome Entertainment Development. I've never heard of either one of these games, and yet it's just, I guess maybe a console exclusives that didn't make it to PC or didn't catch any coverage. Here we go. I think we're gonna win. Good old Murloc for the victory. This is an example in particular where I would want to have more places where I could make more decks. That way I could have a Murloc deck in every character class. That would be still pretty doable. Yeah, I could have like a Murloc rogue deck and then get rogue victories when I need to get rogue victories, or a Murloc mage deck. I'm trying to see if I can show off this game at any level. I guess we can. This game is tag nudity, but the next game we have is, speaking of comparison to Japanese games, we have Hentai Survive Island, a combination of lewd, low effort sells pitches with that, and a Survival Island Minecraft clone. This is 69 cents discounted, and it's English only. Now, arguably, this might be that this is just a low effort asset flip game, of course, but this might not be made by Easterners at all. It's very possibly made by just a low effort Western developer, or possibly a low effort Russian developer, or who knows. We really haven't done enough research to figure out how many of the troll games are actually Russian troll games. I would be very surprised if it wasn't the case that a lot more are developed by Eastern Bloc Russian developers and then pretend to look like other kinds of games from other areas. I also wouldn't be surprised if there's some South American developers that make a lot of troll games, or even African developers that make troll games. Alright, so what do we need to do now? We got that victory that got 1 daily quest done. Next we need minions that cost 5 or more in rogue class cards. So hopefully if I just play rogue, this'll just play 5 cost cards. There's a couple. There's 4. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Salvi's Sunscreen, which That seems like that is a random assortment of words, and this looks like this is a random assortment of items. It seems like it is probably just asset flips. $2.99. Here's a question in A. This is so self-indulgent and pretentious. No ish, Sherlock. Yeah, that's your frequently asked question, that you wrote the question yourself and you wrote the answer, and that's your level of professionalism for your game. Of course, Ome Salvi's sunscreen, not a game that needs to be on the fall list. TechRaptor has an article here. Disk Jam PS4 name change issue resolved. New accounts will to be merged. Let's see. Earlier last month, a much requested feature to allow Sony fans to change their PlayStation Network ID was finally put in motion. Unfortunately, a handful of games didn't play well at the feature, and Disk Jam was one of those games. The issue has now been resolved, and although the list of games will name change issues has yet to be updated. I don't know how new accounts are going to be merged. Maybe that is an automated process they can do, because they can do it based off of your PlayStation's hardware ID instead of your PlayStation's user ID. It's not really much of a story, frankly. Is it? Yeah, Sony put out a name change feature that didn't really work for every game, and now they're gonna just slowly fix it one game at a time until most of the games are fixed. I imagine some will never be fixed. Gamatsu has an article here. Tokyo School Life for the Switch will have a limited physical run after it's been announced. Limited to 5,000 prints, pre-orders now available. These limited runs, particularly in things like this, which is assumedly this is a visual novel, that I assume this is more to sell them at a high price than it is to actually let's see. I don't think it has anything to do with actual demand per se, or anything else. Yeah, but if you were to do, say, the minimal run of an average game, I imagine you would be required to potentially
this guy's toast.
Potentially get 30 or 40,000 units printed, even in a first run. And a game like Tokyo School Life, which is just a visual novel that probably isn't that interesting, probably won't sell 30,000 physical units. This has been certainly the factor that has changed Steam in a lot of ways, is visual novels looked like they didn't sell because they could never possibly sell the same numbers as a AAA shooter or something like that. But if you give them a bit more of a fair chance, they will sell in comparison to
lights out.
In comparison to other digital games. But in all fairness, I would say visual novels have not taken over the video game industry in any way. There hasn't been a large growing number of fans that have gotten into playing visual novels over the past decade. Right. 2 to an undamaged. And then do this. And then do this. And then this.
Nothing.
And then
Double time and double
there we go. Moving on, Gamer Switcher has an article. Phoenix Games has acquired the UK studio Well Played Games. We already talked about this in the previous recording. Well Played Games seems to be making a mobile card game, if I recall correctly. Yeah, Warhammer combat cards. So it's not in the realm of a big game or anything like this. And in fact, we might run into a lot of repeated news, come to think of it.
Desperate seas let me go home.
GameIndustry.biz has an article. Activision Blizzard sees the predicted quarter one to start to a transition year. Revenue is down largely due to the 16% drop in Blizzard earnings as the segment begins in a year with no major frontline releases, end quote. So it's odd that Activision here is trying to blame Blizzard, because it would be Blizzard and Battlefield, it would be Activision and Battlefield's lack of sales, wouldn't it? It feels like it. That's more to blame than anything else. 4 damage. Play this.
This guy's toast.
Now Activision Blizzard does seem to have some problems with, I guess maybe there's no major release on World of Warcraft this year. Hearthstone is just being Hearthstone. It's not looking to do anything more. Heroes of the Storm has been abandoned and put Diablo's, no new Diablo game is coming out. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's... I don't know what the real problem there is. I guess Overwatch is not succeeding well enough. I think there's probably a huge failure as far as Overwatch to not expand that into more of a story-based single-player expansion of some sort. Like, Overwatch doesn't always have to be a team-based multiplayer game. You could bring those characters into something more interesting. Like, even if you were just gonna make a new World of Warcraft in the Overwatch universe, that's something to do. But yeah, things definitely do not look good as far as the as far as Activision Blizzard looks.
Job's done.
Let's move on though. Let's see, play here. I'm trying to not waste too much time here. Do this. And do this.
to no good. Me too.
Hey, good tickets don't come cheap. It's not just the city of mages.
Here we go.
Job's done.
Moving on, Gamasutra has an article here. Former attempts claim NetherRealm has a long history of exploitation and abuse. NetherRealm being the developer of Mortal Kombat. This is the story that is growing, certainly. And unfortunately, the thing is, they've been calling it crunch when it really should have been called abuse and overworking, and Japanese term I think is called kosu, which is working yourself to death. Should have been called abuse at the very beginning. The idea of hiring QA people, forcing them to work or overtime or overpaid overtime, or just work extremely long hours, and then knowing that you're not going to keep any of those quality assurance employees after the game has launched, and you're just going to fire them all, is abusive and unfair. It's an abuse that happens throughout all of the United States, unfortunately. So I don't know what can be done with that other than unionization or changing of the laws in the United States. Abusing the programmers like crazy and forcing them into crunch. The idea of crunch was originally something that would happen if there was a mistake, if something really bad happened. And it is understandable that an employee in any field might say, all right, I'll do some overtime to help out the team and get this done, this deadline done, because this unforeseeable thing happened. But the truth is, even in that case, even in the most honest case in which overtime is needed, you probably still shouldn't do it. Like you probably shouldn't put your own mental health and physical health above, well, not above, but below the needs of a corporate entity that is a soulless, humanless creature that will only chew you up and spit you out. But in video games in particular, crunch has moved from being a item that happened in rare instances to an event that is planned for and scheduled and is just going to happen regardless. And it's not good for even video game companies in the long run. It's just burning out your employees. That's why we've seen over the past decade a long list of employees leaving companies, starting different companies, quitting jobs, or just retiring in completeness, or quitting in completeness because of the amount of stress. It really shouldn't be a stressful job to work at a video game company. It's not life and death. It's not brain surgery. It's literally just sitting in a chair and programming, done at a realistic, reasonable pace. That can be a very fun, entertaining, rewarding experience. I know, because I have programmed things. But once you add that extra stress, once you go, there always must be more. There must be more code. There must be more work. There must be more hours. Once it went from a small private companies that were making video games into publicly owned corporations, that's when the investors came in. That's when these cutthroat investors said, we must get more money every quarter no matter what, otherwise we're going to not invest anymore. Video games got frankly too big for their own good, and that doesn't mean that you can't make a small game like Hellblade's Senior Sacrifice and make it look good. It just means you can't have things like FIFA come out on an annual basis when really there isn't enough of a market for FIFA to exist.
Let's do this.
And clearly that is the case, otherwise FIFA wouldn't be full of microtransactions. Inherently, all of these problems that I talk about, specifically in video games, companies happen on all companies, and it would simply be easiest to limit the amount of sizes of corporations in general. Limit public investment and private investment, so businesses can't get beyond a certain level. Microsoft is, I believe, approaching or has crossed $1 trillion in market cap. If Microsoft had been limited to $1 billion of a market cap, it might focus in and work on a few products instead of just a bunch of random products. There very easily could be a breakup of Microsoft where one part of Microsoft is about server-side services and one part of Microsoft is about consumer-side services such as Windows, and then a third part of Microsoft would be the Xbox gaming services. And if Xbox was its own company instead of just a department inside of Microsoft, there would have been a lot of things that Microsoft wouldn't have had to do, and probably a lot of things that Microsoft would have done a lot better if they weren't told that they have to integrate certain technologies or ideas or concepts from other departments inside of Microsoft.
Master in my swamp.
Let's see. Alright, well, this next game is called Taboo's Cracks. It's tagged with sexual content nudity, and it seems like it's a card matching game with pictures of anime girls tied up in rope bondage. It's kind of explicit in the screenshots. It's 59 cents. It seems like there's probably going to be an attempt at a series called Taboos. But yeah, this is another one of these low effort sex games trying to sell on sex. Definitely not something I would recommend anybody buy, but also nice to see that it's not getting flagged or disallowed on Steam. So, although arguably I would say the quality of this game, if it was disallowed on Steam, wouldn't really be a problem.
I forget
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these adult games that come on Steam actually have stolen the adult content from even other adult games. I doubt that's really the case, because you would think they would get caught doing that pretty easily, but it would make some sense too when you have large differences in the visual quality for the gameplay part versus the cinematic part. And it seems like this Friday was another day in which a round of these games got approved. It does seem like that's the case. Now, this also might be because we are at the end of Japanese Golden Week, which I believe is over now. So this could just be a case of a bunch of Japanese games of all types have been released to Steam. Let's see if we can, how much of this I can show off. Yeah, this next game on Steam is called Azure Wing Rising Gale, which I think is several names mixed together of animes to make it seem like it's based off a licensed anime product when it really isn't. It's a visual novel tagged with nudity and sexual content. It doesn't look particularly good quality though. They want $9.99. I've never heard of this developer. I've never heard of this publisher. Vice versa. It's English only, which is odd. And quite frankly, if you are going to sell a game like that, you would want the Japanese vocals too. Let's see.
Who goes there?
I usually work alone.
Job's done.
I want to play these
My hand is too
expensive
full.
cards before we try and win. We already talked about this. Tech Raptor has an article here. Gearbox gives the first look at Borderlands 3 gameplay, which you would think there would be more information and more hype around this story than a lot of the other stories. Unfortunately, it's not the case. Seems like down here it talks about stories and characters and zones, and gameplay and combat. This is, let's see what this is as far as. So you can play as Lilith, or this is 23 minutes, so you have to skip like 23 minutes into the game. So yeah, this is like a long presentation. Somebody made an intro. This is not Borderlands 3 that's being shown right now, though. Somebody made the argument, and I think it's fairly fair argument here. Yeah, this is not really going to show much. This is a 4-hour and 56-minute video that is probably going to get you 10 to 12 minutes of actual gameplay. Let's see.
Not a valid target. My hand is too full.
So, yeah, someone made the fair argument that the thing people have been complaining about for a long time is that the mainstream video game journalists have been taken to these press releases, these events, and shown footage that they really can't question or verify is actually even running on anything less than the most high-powered PCs possible, or that it's a video game that's running at all and it's not just a video being played and made to look like it's interactive. So for the Borderlands 3 event that happened, seems like they brought a lot of influencers in and a lot of YouTubers and streamers and such. And so the streamers are getting that same hype, same special treatment, and effectively this is a ad or a sponsorship. I mean, they're according to the FCC, you're gaining something of monetary value, whether it is a free plane trip to the event, or a free ticket to the event, or room and board, anything like that. Even if they're just handing you a bottle of water, you're basically getting paid at that point. You've been given some kind of gift or graft. And even if you refuse to accept anything, you flew yourself out to this event, you did not even accept a bottle of water from it, and so you 100% paid, and so you would think you could truly and accurately claim that you are not getting something of value, some kind of extra benefit, which you still would be getting because you're allowed to this event that was not open to the public. But even if all of those parts were eliminated, you're still seeing the game when you go to an event like this in a very different fashion and in a very different mood than what your average video game player is. People who buy Borderlands 3 from the Epic Store are going to have a much bigger, different experience in those first 5 minutes of playing Borderlands 3 than somebody who is at a convention center with assumedly some kind of loud music playing, trying to get you hyped up, and announcers trying to get you pumped and hyped. You're just so buying into the hype, and you're going to come out with such a different feeling than what a normal person would have, that it's not beneficial, it's not professional and good journalism to go to these kind of events. It's better as a streamer or a new video game critic or a small indie video game critic, it's better just to stay home and play games. Just do what gamers do. Stay home, play games, and that's about it. Gamers don't read game articles too much. Gamers do watch, I would hope they watch a little bit of streamers and YouTubers, but the number one thing gamers do, the thing that defines a gamer, is that they play games in their house, in their setup, at a reasonable pace, and you want to try to emulate that experience as much as possible, so you're not getting the story or getting the narrative wrong because you've been emotionally tricked. So yeah, that is an argument that should be made to streamers as much as it should be made to the big video game journalists. Is these events, for the most part, you shouldn't go to. This Borderlands 3 event is a great example of one that should be skipped. You knew Borderlands 3 was going to be talked about and shown. Everything that is talked about and shown will be handed out in a press packet to all the journalists later anyways. There's no point to go to it. Maybe if you're going to E3 and you're trying to see new things or things you don't know about, expand your horizons, that might make a little bit of sense, but even now most people are realizing E3 is not really worth it. Let's see. I half wonder, I just saw a boot slide ability used. I half wonder if half of the Bulletstorm abilities get added to this game, and that's why they did that deal with People Can Fly to be the publisher of it. It's just so they wouldn't get sued for using the same abilities. Yeah, I'm looking at this footage, and it frankly just looks like more Borderlands. For better or worse, there will be new abilities, there'll be new enemies. I'm kind of hoping that maybe some of the enemies and characters from the previous games get integrated a little bit better, because both in Borderlands 1 and 2 that was a bit of a problem, where you didn't see as many skags or racks as I would have liked in Borderlands 2. They kind of just disappeared. But of course I would be super irritated if Borderlands 3 had a ton of Hyperion robots, because that was basically all that game had. Someone's spectating me, so I guess they have a watch and learn. There we go. Let's move on from Borderlands 3 though. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the only story about Borderlands 3. Tech Raptor also has Borderlands 3 will have microtransactions despite statements to the contrary. Let's see. Here's a quote from Randy Pitchford. Quote, "We're going to do some campaign DLC, and I'm sure we're going to do all kinds of fun customizations like heads and skins, but we're not doing any of that free-to-play junk." Which, okay, sure, it's not free-to-play. There's not going to be any microtransactions. There's not going to be any of that nonsense. And see, he just really misspoke, and if you just own up and say, I meant to say reoccurring microtransactions would have been more accurate, or I just misspoke. Instead, he went on a Twitter rant against Game Informer, who was trying to just set the record straight.
This guy's toast.
As far as what he meant by that, because there is microtransactions in the game. There will be skins for DLC for sale. Let's see. So here we have Game Informer saying, despite CEO Randy Pitchford's comment about no microtransactions in Borderlands 3, during today's live stream we've been told cosmetic items are still purchasable. Let's see. And his first response is, "Come on guys, poopy clickbait headline. Literally seconds before I said that, I made it very clear that I'm going to do more cosmetic stuff like we did in Borderlands 2. You know, I was talking about premium currency and loot boxes kind of stuff not being in our game." This is a abridged conversation from what I saw. This conversation went on for several more replies of Randy Pitchford going all off on them, which public response here. No reason to do this publicly. He could have contacted Game Informer through direct message privately, or he probably has much better context than that. But he made it incredibly public and came out on the attack and made himself look ridiculous, and instead of just admitting a simplistic mistake. And it's just another bit of an example of Randy Pitchford not being a good boss. The fact that I know Randy Pitchford's name, like, I can't tell you who's in charge of Ubisoft, I can't tell you who's in charge of EA, I can't tell you who's in charge of Activision. I don't know any of those CEOs' names. You know why? Because they don't cause drama. They just do their jobs, for better or worse. But Randy Pitchford, he's known. His name is known. When it comes to credibility, his checks are bad, and they have a picture of him behind the cash register saying, "Do not accept checks from this guy." When it comes to credibility, and that's really a shame for Gearbox, and if not,
Hey, lights out.
the video game industry in general.
Here we go.
Moving on, we have a GameIndustry.biz article. Microsoft joins the Climate Leadership Council. Company will be the first tech organization to join a controversial group pursuing carbon fees and legal immunity for oil giants. Wow. I don't understand legal immunity for oil giants. I don't know particularly why Microsoft would want to join that council, but in all fairness, Microsoft has joined a lot of councils for one reason or another. Let's see, we need to figure out what would be big ticket minions to play. And I think staying with Rogue is probably the best move. So let's just stay with Rogue and keep playing. Let's see. It says the organization's proposed actions have been met with some criticism, both due to a concern that carbon fees would be offloaded to consumers and due to the legal immunity they would potentially grant the country's largest fossil fuels users. Other participating members in this council is AT&T. Okay, so you immediately know it's an evil organization. General Motors, Johnson & Johnson, PepsiCo, oil giants BP, ExxonMobil, Shell, and Total, and ConocoPhillips, and organizations such as the Conservation International and the World Wildlife Foundation. Most of those corporate entities are considered evil in my book, as is probably most corporate entities in general are. So maybe Microsoft plans on doing some polluting in the future. I don't know how this, though, as an article really has anything to do with the gamesindustry.biz. Do we really need to follow every single story surrounding Microsoft just because Microsoft has an Xbox division? That seems ridiculous to me.
I fight.
Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Rival Nation Wars. Who are these people rivals of? That seems like that was just a collection of flags. Whatever this is, it's $8.99. It looks like it's a low effort troll game. Looks like an NES game. Worse quality than most NES games. Yeah, this doesn't deserve any more coverage than that.
I fight.
I mentioned this before, but here's a TechRaptor article. Epic Games Store update reveals delays on features following strong sales. So the Epic Store has strong sales, therefore they're going to do less work to make the store good. In the wake of strong sales, the storefront announced a delay in the development and features roadmap. One of the most glaring issues with the storefront, by the admission of both enthusiasts and detractors, what seems like a monumental task building a full digital storefront for millions of users is bound to have plenty of roadblocks. So Epic developers have shifted features from April to May and June. This is mainly due to the fact that they're focusing on supporting online features required for new game releases. So yeah, the game sales are good, therefore they're going to. It's so silly to say it out loud. We're succeeding, therefore we're going to do less work, so we don't succeed as much. It's kind of the only way you can take that.
I fight.
Trying to be fair here, putting out development and feature roadmaps are stupid in the first place, particularly if you have a date on it. But if you promised a date, you should stick to the date. This is another instance of Epic as a corporation not keeping its word.
Good tickets don't come cheap.
And yeah, you want people to keep their word as much as possible.
Hold it!
Meanwhile, I think it is also worth mentioning, and this isn't, I don't think, mentioned in this article, is the Epic Store did exist a year before it started selling other games. It came out nearly a year before the first third-party game was listed. And they did nothing in that time to get it working as a storefront and as anything other than just a proprietary launcher. On top of that, nobody asked for the Epic Store in the first place, so they could have easily just
I fight.
just not release the Epic Store until they were ready.
No refunds. No refunds.
Give that thing a turn to get ready.
Let me go home.
I fight.
So yeah, this is certainly a problem of their own making for just not planning ahead before going forward with it. Which I think is a bit of a hint. I won't say it's actual evidence, but it's a bit of a hint that Randy Pitchford and Gearbox asked the Epic Store to start selling third-party titles. And that was the deadline that was created. Is an idea of trying to better negotiate or renegotiate cuts for Epic for Borderlands 3.
Here we go.
Moving on, TechRaptor has an article here. Survive tight quarters in Red Solstice 2 Survivors. This looks like a top-down twin-stick shooter. Maybe it's an isometric twin-stick shooter. I want to see just a little bit of the gameplay here. And before I ignore it completely.
Just like you.
Yeah, it seems top-down for most gameplay. Is this coming out? It will release later this year, so this is just a hype article. Yeah. And that kind of did the opposite of hyping me on it because it was not visually impressive. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Life Source Episode 1. This looks kind of interesting. But it's going the episodic route, which certainly is a tick mark against it. This looks like it's a 3D platformer. Maybe there's a lot of assets in this, certainly. See, an evil wizard poisoned the water, a young girl named something will have a great adventure. This is 69 cents. Yeah, that's too cheap for what this game should be. So, at this price tag, you know there's never going to be enough polish to this to make it a good product, and it's episode 1 of something that almost certainly would never get a episode 2. Alright, 4 damage to a minion. This and this. If we look here at the developer of that game, you can see that the only other games that have even gotten rated are mixed at best, and a lot of these games look like low effort games. So yeah, developers and asset flippers are getting better and better at making their games look like quality products when they really aren't. And that is, I guess, the growing problem of trying to visually get a general feel of a game when the visuals are specifically designed to make the game look better than it is. And that's the importance, I suppose, of the review system, so you can see what people who have actually played the game feel like.
Your back.
Moving on to the next story, GameIndustry.biz has an article. Remedy says single-player games are stronger than they have ever been. Reboot Develop CEO Terror Vertala examined the new opportunities streaming services will create for independent AAA developers. So this is some quotes. You can quote mine. Not everyone loves Remedy games, and that's fine with us. That's a good attitude to take. The race is on for Netflix of games. For the next 2 or 3 years, the big boys are going to invest heavily in this. I think the streaming concept for games is still questionable a little bit. There's another quote. In the games industry, to sell a new platform, you're going to need unique and exclusive content. Nobody likes exclusive content these days.
Here we go.
Another quote. Any one of you with the capability to develop a AAA games, you're going to have lots of interesting opportunities. I wonder if he was talking to recent graduates when he said that. That there is probably a moderate difference between the speech you give at something like GDC, where there's a bunch of already established developers and programmers in the room, and a speech you would give at a graduation class or at a college of potentially yet to be hired programmers. But I think that's probably true for a lot of industries, is that you give a rah-rah, you can do anything type speech to the new graduates, and then you give the people who have already got the jobs the real download.
The light protects me.
I want to know good. Me too.
Let's see. Gamma Sutra has the same article we already talked about. CEO and co-founder Emily Greer departs Congregate for some new job that we have not gotten any information on what that new career path or job is. GameIndustry.biz has the same article. Emily Greer departs Congregate for a new gaming venture. COO Penny Heritatos to take over as temporary CEO following the co-founder's departure. What's funny here is GameIndustry.biz being more about the industry in general actually gives us useful information about, hey, who's going to replace the person that is leaving the job.
Here we go.
I fight.
But frankly, there's no story. If you were forced out or forced to quit a job, I think you probably would claim that you're leaving amicably anyways, and that you're taking on a new business venture even if you don't have any plans at all. That sounds a lot better than just saying, oh, I was fired, or oh, I was forced out. At CEO level, you're basically forced out, not fired. So, yeah. Until we hear what their next project is, and typically it takes at least 6 months until they announce anything. You never kind of know, and in 6 months' time, it's pretty easy to forget all about the story.
Hey, good tickets don't come
Here
cheap.
we go.
I fight.
This might be a case where I get on a win streak and actually don't play the cards I'm trying to play. TechRaptor has the same article we already talked about. Ubisoft partners with Jinba to take on the gray market key sellers like GTA. The story I don't think mentions GTA at all from what they said, but they are taking on third-party key sellers. I don't know if that is fair to call a gray market, really, whatever gray market means in any individual's head. Let's see.
No refunds.
Next, we have a game on Steam that is a bunch of Asian characters and says Insane West. I assume this is a low effort Western platformer Chinese game. Yep, early access, $3.99, English and Chinese. And Westerns as games, or Westerns as stories or movies, have not been popular probably for decades, with the few exceptions like Red Dead Redemption, certainly, is one. But
This guy's toast.
like, at a time, Westerns were the #1 form of fiction in the United States, but that was back when the United States was much closer to the time in the days of the Wild West. There's very little Wild West in the United States these days, and it's long since been seen as an antiquated, old-fashioned style of storytelling that's unrelatable. Every now and then we'll get a movie that tries to feel a little bit like a Western, but
This guy's toast.
it has a more modern feel and approach to it, which makes it not really work. Let's see.
Hey, lights out.
There we go. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article here. Gwent, The Witcher card game review, approving nod. I'm still not sure Gwent is something I want to play, but you can see what this is and how Gwent is set up now for multiplayer, player versus player, is rather different from what Gwent was in The Witcher 3. And frankly, I still feel like Gwent is just too simplistic a game to replace Hearthstone or even be played for much of a long amount of time. So yeah, even all these cards on the field is actually a pretty simplistic calculation. But TechRaptor gives it a 9.0 amazing. Let's see. If you have 10 mana crystals, restore 10 health to your hero. Let's save that for later.
Hey, good tickets don't come cheap.
Let's see.
I fight. That minion already
Hey,
attacked.
lights out.
You want to discover another spell?
Choose soon.
Yeah, let's just discover another spell. There we go.
Job's done.
Yeah, TechRaptor summarizes this. Months after the final release, Gwent the Witcher, the card game, is still going strong. The minigame turned esports goes through iterations and patches, shedding skins and morphing into a real beast of a card game. It has a wistful past, a solid presence, and a bright future. Pros are deep and intricate tactical gameplay. I wouldn't think it has that, but maybe they've added that.
Well played.
Generous freemium system, a variety of factions and archetypes, fascinating fantasy universe, and magnificent art direction, which that certainly beats out like Yu-Gi-Oh! Cons, it's still lacking some quality of life tweaks, and the meta can get stale, which is true for any card game, particularly Hearthstone. Let's see, do this, and do this, attack here,
Hey, lights out.
I fight.
and here. One more win should be a win streak, but I might also be close to having all the cards I need to play. Nope, not close to that. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article, Rock of Ages 2, Bigger and Bolder, is coming to Switch on May 14th. I did not like Rock of Ages 1. If you did, then Rock of Ages 2 makes some sense. Playing it on the Switch might be better than playing it on PC because of the Joy-Cons and the motion support. But I frankly just found Rock of Ages to be repetitive, Rock of Ages 1 to be repetitive and boring. And it's a shame because it, on the face of it, looked like it might have been a pretty funny game, or interesting oddity at least, and it lost my interest pretty quickly. Let's see. Next we have an article from TechRaptor, PC Building Simulator 1.2 update and Razer Workshop DLC has been released. So you can integrate Razer products into the PC Building Simulator. Slowly, ever so slowly, I think this game is turning into a good piece of software. Arguably, I think probably not much of a game though, and I don't think it ever should try to strive to be much of a game. It should just continuously get updates with new hardware specs, which I'm sure companies like Razer are more than happy to provide, because this might very easily lead to them getting more sales.
This guy's tough.
Razer in particular, not what I would recommend buying for any of their hardware or their peripherals. So the DLC is just, I think, a green room, so the entire room looks very Razer-fied.
I wonder.
Which, yeah, if you want that. That does bring about an interesting question. What if you were capable of succeeding and starting a computer shop, which you probably aren't in the United States? Would you want to decorate it with neon lights and fancy and go with the 90s hacker motif? Or would you want to go with maybe clean, clear glass counters, a lot of things on display? Do you go more of a Best Buy look where things are on display in bright, well-lit sections, or do you go with the dim lit room? You probably go the Best Buy route. I think you go clean counters, clean everything. You want it bright and shiny and easy to see. But yeah, unfortunately, you really can't run a PC shop or a PC repair store or one or the other because nobody really wants to pay what it would actually cost to have a custom PC built, and most people don't even need PCs. That's why Chromebooks have become very, very good options for most people, is that all they need is something that can launch Chrome and go to websites. They don't need a gaming PC, and if you do need a gaming PC, you're probably going to build it yourself, even if you've never built one before, because it's gotten so simplistic and moderately safe to build a PC. It used to be a lot more dangerous and a lot more difficult. And the same is true for like electronics repair shops. Nobody goes to electronics repair shops to fix their VCRs anymore because nobody has VCRs, and even if you did have one, you would throw it away and buy a new one or a used one. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Pandemic Express Zombie Escape. It's already rated mixed, which is weird because this looks kinda good. It's early access, $9.89. Let's see what the negative reviews are. let's see. I was excited for this game release, but I can't recommend the game at all at the moment. It has some glaring issues that should have been worked out before launch. Movement is clunky. The game is stacked with in the infected's favor, so you die a lot. Okay, it's a shame, but I'm not going to put a mixed reviewed game, which is being published by Tiny Build, oddly. That publisher in particular, Tiny Build, will also help develop the game. Could have put more money into it, so it would have been a better experience. Instead, it looks like they've just put enough money in it to make it look better than it actually is.
Choose soon.
I'm just gonna end the turn here. So yeah, there's not a good reason to put things on the fall list if it's already reviewed poorly. If it gets better, I may get word of it being better later. Alright. Do this. And then we'll do this.
This guy's toast.
And then we'll do this.
Up to no good? Me too.
Here we go.
See, next we have a game on Steam called Guard Duty that's already rated positively. This looks like it's kind of a point and click pixelated art style of a game. It seems like it goes from fantasy to maybe sci-fi. Yeah, it's a point and click adventure. I'm suckers for point and click adventures. It's $9.99, which is probably a little expensive because I imagine this is a longer experience than that. Yeah, it seems like it does jump between sci-fi and fantasy, and I don't know how that's gonna work. But yeah, this I think deserves a follow. We'll see later on if more people still review it positively or if it's just got a unique bump in reviews. As it first came out.
The light protects me.
I usually walk alone.
Evil is dead.
Do this. Gamatsu has an article here. Pseudo51 teases, quote, another announcement from MomoCon 2019. Pseudo returns following last year's Killer 7 announcement. So ideally, and what he's teasing here is that there would be another No More Heroes game coming out, or the first No More Heroes game is coming to Steam, since Killer 7 last year was announced to come to Steam. That would be cool, I guess. MomoCon 2019 runs from May 22nd May 23rd to the 26th at the Georgia Washington Congress Center and Omni Hotel in Atlanta, Georgia. So it would be a lot more interesting if it is a No More Heroes 3 than if it's No More Heroes 1 on PC. Either one of those I'm super happy with, though, so as long as it's not a complete and bait and switch announcement and there's actually nothing interesting being announced at all. Can we do this? And kill this guy. Not
Here
this turn.
We go.
I fight.
Too soon.
Gematsu has an article here. Gematsu remembers trying to catch up because they had Japanese Golden Week off. The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 2 for the PS4 launches June 4th in North America and June 7th in Europe. I think we pretty much talked about this already. So I guess this is a new announcement, although why the pictures are not really loading. Do not attempt to adjust your set. That's just blurry. We might be approaching the beginning of the end. I might see the end of the tunnel as far as news, which this should be the last game, and then we'll break up and go to the Asian account. TechRaptor has an article. Star Citizen's complaint to the Federal Trade Commission are rooted in development mismanagement. Last December, TechRaptor reported that Star Citizen's Crytek lawsuit could be coming to a close. Now, a report by PC Games Insider has uncovered that the United States Federal Trade Commission has received 129 complaints about Star Citizen, the colossal multiplayer space trading flight simulator that was first announced as the Kickstarter campaign in 2012. Since then, the development of the game has bloated to gargantuan proportions as crowdfunding stretched way beyond the Kickstarter campaign to set the 2014 Guinness World Record in the sum of $39,680,576 as the largest single amount ever raised via crowdsourcing. Let's see.
I got this.
Oh, here we go.
How's the story go? Since then, according to the official website, the blah 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 blah. Let's skip some of this. Some backers' complaints mention the game's terrible performance or the fact that it seems to be in perpetual alpha state. Some even claim it barely runs. So, the common thread seems to be the lack of focus and the overall feature creep. Chris Roberts, the Origin Systems veterans, who was the creator of the seminal Wing Commander franchise, is described as a, quote, bad manager who makes development a chaotic presence. So the Kickstarter funders are upset with Chris Roberts. Wing Commander series? Maybe I didn't play Wing Commander. Maybe I played TIE Fighter and... wait a minute. Wasn't it Wing Commander, then TIE Fighter? Isn't that all the same series? Well, if Wing Commander is the games series I'm thinking of, those games were pretty bad too. They're probably great for their time, but by modern standards, they were not good. Apparently, the complaints not only come from Kickstarter funders, but also from team members.
Job's done.
Because the article continues, the FTC complaints and the complaints from the team members build on top of the issue that was previously mentioned in a leak letter from David Jennison, a former 3D artist in the Star Citizen team, which mentions in the Forbes report. Jennison tried to explain to HR why he completed only 5 characters in 17 months. Quote, all the decisions for the character pipeline and approach had to be made by Roberts. It's become clear that this was a company-wide pattern. Chris Roberts dictates all. So yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath if you're trying to play Star Citizen, I doubt there's ever going to be a finished product in there that people will enjoy. And now it also has that stigma around that, so even if you were interested in Star Citizen, you probably are going to be surrounded by a bunch of angry and upset people who own the game despite because they kickstarted it. Moving on, we have a game here called Flappy Flappy VR, which is a Flappy Bird clone in VR. I would say that of all the Flappy Bird clones in VR, this one at least makes some sense. It is emulating that terrible game pretty well and making you flap your arms in VR. It's $2.99, which is particularly cheap for a VR game. Let's see.
Here we go.
Let's see. So yeah, if you have VR, if you want to only spend $2.99 to play Flappy Bird in VR and look like an idiot to anybody watching you play the game, this is something that doesn't look too terrible. Although, very possibly, if it weren't a VR game, this should be a 69 cents game. I'm just gonna keep on irritating them.
Here we go.
Next, we have a story from GameIndustry.biz. Syndicate, I don't know how you pronounce that. Founders go AWOL, which is a military term for absent without leave. I'm not sure if legally speaking, a employee or employer can go AWOL. But they disappeared, apparently, owing the staff and contractors over £30,000. The Spanish indie publisher collapses without answers as the founders cultivate toxic work environments. There is something to be said that if I was to try to run a business, I'm not sure I know what needs to be done to avoid the cultivation of a hostile work environment. I won't use the phrase toxic work environment because frankly I think that phrase toxic is overused and abused.
Let me go home.
But yeah. Former staff and contractors for the Spanish indie publisher Syndicate reportedly owed more than £30,000 in unpaid wages and services, having heard nothing from the management in 5 months. The publisher was pegged to be the Devolver Digital of Spain went dark in December last year and hasn't responded to any queries from staff since. The fact that somebody is not showing up after a couple of days, you should be, well, frankly, you should be reporting them missing to the police. If more than anything else. Clearly this is a case of people holding out hopes for 5 months for no reason when you've not heard anything from them. Yeah, they're gone. You should take your stuff out of the office. You should probably steal some stuff out of the office. I'm not giving legal advice because that would be very illegal, but you should just abandon it and just be like, yeah, this is not going to happen. At the very least, you stop showing up for work. They must have had a live telecommuting going on that this would even feel normal. And it makes even less sense because they were given a month's holiday over Christmas suddenly. Like, after giving a month's holiday and Christmas, staff showed up to work to find out the office closed, and an email inviting them to sign their resignations. So they were... So, quite a story here. I don't know if there's really too much to report here. It's another sleazy company doing a scam more than I think a sleazy video game company actually doing a video game specific action. I think this one in particular just kind of can be filed over, yeah, somebody took the money and ran, which can happen certainly in any industry. Moving on, this is probably the most exciting news to me. Platinum Games teases two new wholly owned IPs, new title that has never been done before. So, it's not going to be another Nier game. It's not going to be a sequel to Nier Automata, which I don't know if Platinum had the license to Nier Automata, if that was one of their IPs. And it's not going to be another Bayonetta game, which Bayonetta is, I think, in part owned by Nintendo now. So, two new games from Platinum are pretty hype-inducing, certainly. Let's see. I got all the daily quests done. So over here are the details. Bayonetta 3, I guess, was already in development and I've just forgotten about it. We'll see a change in design process based on Platinum's experience on developing Bayonetta 1 and 2. Platinum Games is midway through the development of an unannounced title that has never been done before, according to the Tianaba. He added, I know a lot of people say that, but this game we're working on is truly unlike anything else. It might be so weird if it's something nobody ever has done before that I'm not sure it's going to sell great. It might also be a small, like, single-A indie style game and not a AAA Bayonetta style game that's going to be super long. Platinum Games is aiming to move towards self-publishing, as it'll eventually have the freedom to own its intellectual properties and make independent decisions in the future. That's almost a shot directly across the brow of Nintendo and saying we want to publish Bayonetta 2 on PC and get more sales there, and I'm sure Nintendo says no to that. 2019 will be an incredible year for us. This is a lot of hype, frankly. 2019 is not the year to say that you're going to do great. Although, quite frankly, so far, so bad with 2019 as far as game releases. So if there is some amazing out of nowhere AAA title that just turns into the game of the year, this might be the year to surprise people. Let's see. Platinum Games' new approach includes a move away from relying on external publishers' funding, as well as an examination on how it structures game design. Again, they want to get away from Nintendo, which maybe Nintendo wants to get away from them, or I bet Nintendo doesn't care that much. While Platinum Games has worked for third-party partners in the past, and it's not just Nintendo, I'm pretty sure Platinum has been it has been doing third-party work for a lot of people. Let's see. While Platinum Games has worked with third-party partners in the past on properties it does not own, such as Bayonetta, so they don't own Bayonetta anymore. I think they originally did, though. Nier Automata, so they don't own the Nier series, and the upcoming game Astral Chain. So basically everything Platinum is known for, they don't own the rights to. So they're doing absolutely the right thing to get their own intellectual property. The only problem there is these two new intellectual properties that they're working on need to succeed and sell. The creation of wholly owned properties will not result in the end of third-party collaborations, however. There's still going to potentially be games which we partner with publishers to do big things with big IPs. it would be very weird if Bayonetta went to another developer or Nier Automata went to another developer, because then I feel like both of those game series would go in very different directions. There might be some co-publishing options, yeah. Okay, well, Platinum Games is promising a lot for 2019. Alright, so that's gonna be it for this recording. We're gonna skip over to the European account. No, we are on the European account. We're gonna skip over to the Asian account and try to do most of those daily quests in one more recording. And then that'll be it for streaming. I think I'll just do the extra work that I need to do on the Americas account later on. So I'll do it off screen later on, either this evening or tomorrow or Sunday. That's it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Oh, come in. There's all sorts of shenanigans afoot.
Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, May 3rd. We're on the Asian account. It's been a long day and there's still a lot of chance that this is going to be even longer. I guess Wednesday didn't go as well as it probably should have. Well, Wednesday was terrible as far as streaming because that entire stream is gone forever due to internet trouble. But yeah, just getting daily quests done. I really shouldn't have 3 daily quests on a Friday. So we need to get 3 victories on Mage and Shaman, 3 victories with Druid and Hunter. Let's play Mage and that'll get these 2 daily quests done at least. And might as well just play ranked. We have still a decent amount of news to cover, but you know, if this was a 30 to 45 minute stream and I ran out of news, I might just wrap it up there because there is already some stuff I'm going to have to do off screen, and if I'm going to have to do things off screen, it'll save my voice and save my energy if I don't have to talk while doing that. I think we already talked about this story, but Adweek has YouTube's chief business officer reveals a new original content strategy and talks brand safety. This is interesting. I have no idea who this guy is because his name is Robert. What? I can't read it. Robert Kinsey. It's like KYNCL. Kinsel. Like, I have no idea who this guy is though. But basically, yes, the #1 priority, according to the CEO of YouTube, is going to be brand safety, keeping YouTube a good place to sell ads and getting rid of dangerous content or content that's not ad friendly. After that, they're going to let everybody see the YouTube premium videos with ads, so no longer that Karate Kid series. No longer is that going to be hidden behind having to pay for YouTube Plus or whatever that service was called. Instead, you can watch ads. It'll be interesting to see if like Scare PewDiePie Season 1 comes out, or if it just is conveniently forgotten. Because I think more than anything, if PewDiePie on his channel says, hey, you can go watch Scare PewDiePie if you've never seen it before, I wouldn't be surprised if day one you see a huge increase in views on that. And then it will just inevitably bring about questions of where's Scare PewDiePie Season 2, which I think... I can't remember now, but I think the Season 2 had already been filmed, and simply they just never showed it. And a lot of people besides PewDiePie lost their jobs due to what was PewDiePie's mistake, certainly, but other people definitely suffered as much as he did from it. Let's do this. And what do we want to do here? Do this. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Animal Friends Adventure. This is a platformer style game. It doesn't look visually polished enough. I'm constantly saying I want to see a Super Mario Brothers clone. This is obviously a Super Mario Brothers clone. It's just not visually polished enough to make me trust in it. So, I don't know, maybe I'll be a little generous and put this one on the follow list, but I'm fairly certain that this is not something that I'd want to actually play. $4.79 discounted, rated E for everyone. See the UI here, the coins, the collectibles all taking up the screen. This really is just a bunch of asset flips. Yeah, I really can't put this on the follow list. It's just too obvious. Right, moving on. Gamatsu has an article, Kotodama, The 7 Mysteries of Fujisawa Characters trailer. I assume this is a visual novel. Talking about the different characters. Let's see. Yes, it is tagged visual novel. And getting a little cheesecake there. This game is due out for the PS4, Switch, and PC May 31st in Europe and June 4th in North America. And I'll hit play on this trailer and see if there's anything of real interest to say here. No, it's just quickly showing each of the characters. There's a match 3 minigame of some sort in this, kind of like Honey Pop. Yeah, it seems like it works exactly like Honey Pop, actually. In that the girls end up in lesser clothing once you've succeeded. The thing I would argue, though, about Honey Pop in particular, is it was a match game first with a small amount of visual novel elements on it. It wasn't a visual novel game, really. You barely had to do any conversations. It was questions and then memorizing the answers and then answering back the correct answer. And you were asked like 3 or 4 questions in kind of a conversation date with the girl, and then it would immediately at the end of the evening you would get a match 3 game that took the vast majority of the time. Also, you could give out off gifts too, but not really a visual novel. There wasn't a lot of story happening or even conversation happening. It was just a random selection of questions. Moving on, Gamasutra has an article. World War Z has topped 320,000 sales on the Epic Games Store, which 300,000 or more seems to be a good amount of sales, at least for the first week or so. I've heard World War Z is kind of good. Unfortunately, very few people will know that because it's on the Epic Store exclusively. And I didn't even realize that it was on the Epic Store exclusively until a day or two ago. It's just, I'm supposed to be casting spells, so I don't want to lose. So I'm just gonna do this, and then do this, and then do this.
Job's done.
Let's see. Gamatsu has an article here. Close to the Sun PC launch trailer and gameplay. Close to the Sun. I'm not sure which game this was. I think this is the BioShock style game. Let's see if we can skip around and see what it is. Yeah, it's, I think, kind of like the Titanic in space with a BioShock feel to it. And some ghosts. There were ghosts in BioShock 1. It seems like that's what it is. Maybe it doesn't actually have any guns in it, and so it's more better aligned as a BioShock adventure game, or better described that way. There's another video here for launch gameplay, so maybe the launch gameplay will show how the game actually plays. It definitely feels BioShocky, but yeah, I'm not seeing any weapons or any hands or anything. So it might just be an adventure game. I don't know what Gamatsu's deal with fuzzy images is right now. Their image server, I bet, is broken. Well, I kind of like Close to the Sun to be successful. Even if it is BioShock without the shooting and running and gunning, it'd still be a fine game. Arguably, by the time you're talking BioShock Infinite, Infinite is more focused on the running and gunning than it is actually telling a story, to the point if you played BioShock Infinite with none of the guns and none of the enemies shooting at you, you'd probably have a better experience. And the story is somewhat interesting and good, and has been claimed as one of the best stories ever for BioShock Infinite. But yeah, those gun sections and that hook shooting sections in particular don't align with that. But in all fairness, the entirety of BioShock Infinite could have done a lot better if it just had more time and was more polished. Next, we have an article here. Nintendo announces a Pokemon Pass mobile app to unlock in-game items. What is this? a brand new Android and iOS app called Pokemon Pass that connects with your free Pokemon Training Club account so that you can get notified of upcoming events happening at a store near you. When you visit the store, you can use the phone's camera to scan codes and unlock gifts such as in-game items for both Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee, and then photo stickers for your phone. So it's not Pokemon Go related at all, which you would think if you're going to integrate anything, you would integrate Pokemon Go to the Pokemon Let's Go series. The mobile app is free to download and use both for Android and iPhone. In order to use the app, you need to enable location services and grant permissions. So basically, it's going to know where you are at all time and sell that data. Let's see. So it's not really an app you probably should install. It's basically spyware for exchange for in-game options. This is the kind of sleaziness I would have hoped Nintendo wouldn't go down. Like, you would hope that wouldn't happen, particularly when you're talking about Pokemon games that very possibly are focused towards little kids that don't know better. And let's face it, even adults don't know. You probably shouldn't install apps that are tracking you 24/7 to sell you your profile to ad services. But as far as PC, as far as mobile games, and Nintendo so far, they've done completely the opposite of what I'd really like to see them do. They're going in every direction except for, hey, let's just put the old NES games on the iOS storefront and the Google Play storefront. Let's just sell Super Mario Brothers and Super Mario Bros. 3 and just run it through an emulator. Or, have a chat app where you can chat with your Nintendo friends. That I think exists, but I haven't seen anybody ever use it. Anyways, moving on, we have Gamatsu article, World War Z Season 1 free updates roadmap have been announced. So they plan on giving some free updates for May, June, and July to keep people playing World War Z. Now, World War Z is a lot like Left 4 Dead, so I imagine if you're not getting updates or things that would interest you or convince you to continuously play the game, you're going to be in a weird position where people are going to lose interest very quickly and stop playing it. In fact, for World War Z, I wouldn't be surprised if people just lose or never gain interest in it in the first place, and that seems like it may be a shame. But what can you do? Sometimes there are good games that just go unnoticed, and that's just how it sometimes happens. Let's see. Death Rattle, draw a card for spell damage. Gamatsu has an article here. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night launches June 18th on the PS4, Xbox One, and PC, and June 25th on the Switch. So I believe this is yet another pushback for Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, which should have been out, I think, months ago, quite frankly. I'm still hoping that this is a good game. They've changed the art style apparently quite a bit, and this is more a brightly colored art style, certainly, and I'm hoping that this is more of a more fuzzy images from Gamatsu. They need to fix their server. I'm hoping that this is a actual
magic will tear
Castlevania
you apart.
game. Here, let's come over and play it for a little bit.
We hunger for vengeance. We hunger for vengeance.
Time runs out on me.
Let's come back here and play this some more. Yeah, so this does definitely, if all this text would get off the screen. What in the world is all this? They're just covering up all the screen. So yeah, this is supposed to be a Castlevania replacement clone on PC, since there really aren't any good Castlevania games on PC except for maybe Lord of Shadows 1, and that's not the style. It's not really a Metroidvania style game. So we're putting a lot of hope here in this game, and I definitely hope it's good. It looks good. It's very exciting looking. There are some Metroidvania games. I'm gonna play Axiom Verge pretty quickly in the next few weeks. So I'm hoping to have a very good experience with that. Let's see. Draw some more cards in the turn. Yeah, so hopefully this is the last delay and the last push out, and the new art does look brighter and more colorful and is probably more interesting to look at in the long run than the old art. But having to change the art late in the game is certainly something that could cause problems later on. Let's hit this. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. UKIE research shows a record number of UK over 55s play video games. So British people aged between 55 and 64 and 65 and older play video games. It's not really surprising, particularly on what you define as a video game in particular, because if you're being like very precious about what you define as a video game, sure, a lot of older people may not play games on PC or consoles, but if you broaden it out to a much more realistic definition of playing a game at all on a digital media, I think you kind of quickly find a lot of people do play video games, whether it's on their cell phones or through web pages or whatever. In fact, I just heard a story of someone that I would have never expected to play games was very actually fervent in playing free-to-play mobile games on their phone, and I'm like, oh, I didn't really think that you would do that, but okay. And yes, this person was pretty old, so add a copy of your opening hand. Am I gonna lose next turn? Let's just play these cards anyways to get rid of them. TechRaptor has the same article. Igavania Bloodstained Ritual of the Night release date announced. Iga, I think, is the name of the person in charge of it. Bloodstained was kickstarted in 2015, so you're talking 4 years of development. And apparently it does have a Steam page that we could wishlist now, and I don't really see a reason why I wouldn't want to just wishlist this game. It doesn't really even need to be on the fall list. I could pretty easily put it on the wish list. I think it's relevant enough just because of the Kickstarter. Even if it turns out to be a terrible game, it'll make a big amount of news coverage. So here's the Steam page where we can see some more screenshots and some more characters. I'm not sure you'll be playing as too many different characters though. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. If it's like Castlevania, you very possibly will play as 3 or 4 different characters. There could be a problem that comes about for this game if it just tries to be too much. If it's a 120-hour game and you have to play it 6 times in a row, I could see getting frustrated with that and not making it to the end. Or particularly if it takes like 120 hours to beat it even once, it could be too much. It could be too long. Meanwhile, it's also worth pointing out that the 2D Bloodstained game, which was supposed to just be an advertisement for this game, came out like 6 months ago, when it really should have only really was more likely to have been intended to come out only a few weeks before the release of the main game, maybe a month. So yeah, you can play the 2D version of the game, and I hear it's pretty good too. Moving on, Gamma Sutra has an article. Denmark creates a national esports strategy to nurture competitive gaming. I'm not sure I agree with that, frankly, but
What to do?
it might as well, you know. If you want to subsidize esports in some way, in the same way that other sports get subsidized by government agencies, well, that's a much bigger article. Certainly. TechRaptor has an article here. Rocket League review bombed following the Epic Games acquisition of Psyonix. Now, remember, I think it's very important to point this out. Steam said they were going to mute reviews in time periods in which an off-topic review bomb happened. And they were very specific in that phrasing to create the word off-topic review bomb. What is happening here, I would argue, is a 100% on-topic review bomb, because Rocket League only lives and is only playable if there are other people to play, if it's a good multiplayer community. Also, this game has like mod support through the Steam Workshop, and there was skin trading happening through the Steam Marketplace. Both of those features assumedly are gone now from once Rocket League leaves Steam and becomes an Epic exclusive. I'm still, I guess, trying to get a mage victory. So yeah, the feelings and the experience you're gonna have the day after Rocket League leaves Steam will be very different than the experience you're going to have a month ago when you were playing Rocket League.
You asked for it.
So, that fact, and on top of that on top of the fact that it really isn't in Valve's interest too much to mute these review bombs, I personally suspect that they won't mute this review bomb that's happening. I personally suspect, though, that this should have never been announced as a feature at all, because the first time they did it, it was very begrudgingly forced upon them to do it, and I would have kind of preferred they had chosen to never address this issue whatsoever and just said, we're too libertarian to mess with our review system. We're not going to mute review bombs just because the developers don't like it. Now, I think Steam, unfortunately, is contractually obliged to continue to sell Rocket League, or maybe they take the perspective that now is their last little opportunity to make a few last dollars on Rocket League. Otherwise, if I was Gabe Newell, if I was in charge of Valve, I would say, "Oh, you're leaving you're leaving us? Well, here's the door," and just remove their game from sale immediately before they decided to. If there's any clause in their contract, which there should be, to pull that off, that would be my first impulse. Maybe that's the wrong impulse. Maybe it's the right impulse. It's kind of hard to tell.
Hunt you down.
I should have just attacked it with the fire blast. Let's see. Any new content, I feel like, will definitely be a Epic Store exclusive. So, even if they say they're going to continue to support Rocket League for people who own it on Steam, they have a very valid reason to be upset. Another argument that certainly could be made is that Psyonix really doesn't have anything else to offer. You kind of can't make a Rocket League 2, and so they're gonna, now that they're owned by Epic, they're going to have to really dig deep to figure out what they're going to develop. Alright. It seems like the off-topic review activity, which I argue is very on-topic, and see, this is the problem. Everything is just going to be called a review bomb, so you have an excuse now to not give the people who own the game a voice. But looking at Steam right now, I'm just gonna report the news and try to leave my opinion moderately out of it. It seems like they have marked it as an off-topic review bomb. You can see there was 1,918 negative reviews one day, 573 reviews the day before, 299 reviews. Review bombing certainly could still happen over a few days. You give, for as many positive reviews you see, you give 10 negative reviews. So yeah, and here there's several clones of Rocket League. This is also not good for consoles too. Rocket League was on the Switch, is on the Switch. Rocket League is on other consoles. I bet they get less support too now. I think Steam made a mistake there muting that, but like I said, I think they made a mistake when they said they were going to mute anybody. Valve is going to have to do something eventually, because consumers can complain all they want, but unless consumers enact a lifetime ban on things, on buying things from the Epic Store and buying games that are developed by Epic or its subsidiaries, I don't think the story is going to be heard. I think they're just going to keep on doing this, even to their own detriment, right up until the last day that Epic goes bankrupt. I suspect Epic would spend money buying exclusives, and just like, it feels very personal and not logical or financial at this point. Maybe that's not true. Maybe that's just my feelings on it, but it feels like Team Sweeney in particular has something out against Valve and is trying to destroy Valve. But at the current moment, because of the anti-review bombing thing, Rocket League sits at very positive, and I don't think that is an accurate description of what you're gonna feel if you bought this game today. And don't get me wrong, I thought about buying this game before it leaves Steam, but yeah, I don't see a real reason. It's so multiplayer focused, and it's got a ton of DLC, and yeah, it was a pretty greedy game too. At the beginning it felt like it was fine, but now there's just a lot of skin packs, a lot of DLC, a lot of microtransaction style DLC things. Alright. We may only play a couple more games today. Next we have a game on Steam called Triton Survival. It looks like it's a World of Warcraft clone style game.
What shall we hunt?
It doesn't pass the visual test. By the way, yes, I want to remind people I am testing out partial video color spectrum, or the YUV partial instead of YUV full colors. So if you're watching this and the colors look off or dark or dim, let me know in the comments so I can go back to full. If they look better, let me know. And previous streams have looked bad, or previous recordings have looked bad, let me know compared to what this looks better to. I'm looking for as much instant feedback on that as possible. As for this game, Triton Survival, yeah, this looks like a terrible early access game. Doesn't even seem like it's actually on sale right now. But yeah, I don't think that needs to be on the follow list. TechRaptor has an article, Culinary Puzzler Automotive winds its way to PC and Switch this summer. This seems like it's a Satisfactory clone Automa Chef. Yeah, it seems like we've seen a lot of games like this before, and while the food angle does sound slightly funny, it doesn't seem like it's much different. It's coming from Team 17, but yeah, that's really just a hype article. We'll really just need to wait until the game actually is out and available. Tech Raptor has an article here. Tangle Deep Update 1.25 adds a new difficulty mode plus plenty more. I heard a lot of people liked Tangle Deep, but every time I think I looked at it, it looked like just a kind of generic Stardew Valley clone. I think it was. I don't even know what kind of game it is, but I recognize the name and recognize I was unimpressed by the game, so without actually knowing, I kind of know. Maybe I should give Tangle Deep a deeper look someday. Gamma Sutra has an article. Get a job. Hi-Res Studios is hiring a gameplay programmer. I'm pretty sure Hi-Res Studios has been hiring this for several weeks. This job is in Alpharetta, Georgia, if you're interested. And deal 3 damage, overkill summon Devil Sore. Guess I could just do 3 damage to the face twice. We already talked about this article. We don't need to talk about it again. I've talked about it 2 or 3 times, frankly. Tech Raptor has an article. Star Wars Battlefront 2 returns to kick off the old Star Wars, kick off Star Wars Day celebrations. I'm fairly certain Battlefront was already on Steam, or I already owned it, but maybe I don't have it. Maybe I played Battlefront 2. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do some research to see if I actually own Battlefront, or Battlefront 2. The truth of the matter, though, is either one of those games is so old, it's ridiculous. It's not worth particularly owning or playing. If you can get it cheap, fine, but you're kind of just giving money to Disney. Good Old Games has a sale going on right now for Star Wars games. I imagine Steam will have a similar May the 4th sale if you want to buy the old Star Wars game. Very few of them are actually worth owning now. You're going to see that theme occur quite a bit as the Star Wars episodes start airing, which I think they're going to start a little late, not on May the 4th, but you're gonna see that I spotlighted a lot of old Star Wars games, a variety of different series from in different genres, and most of them are not worth it. Next we have a game on Steam called Vertigo! This is you're parasailing through what is an asset flip city. It's not a bad New York, or I assume, but you're just kind of parasailing through New York. Does this require VR? Yes, it does. It's $4.24. I imagine it's not very smooth of a game, but yeah, if you have VR and you want a cheap parasailing game, this might be something that interests you, but I don't think it's good enough quality to put on the follow list for me. There we go. Gematsu has an article here. Blades of Time Remaster is coming to the Switch on May 14th. Gaijin, or yeah, I think that's Gaijin Entertainment has announced a remastered version of Blades of Time for the Switch due via the Nintendo eShop. Blades of Time first launched on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 March 2012. So you're talking a 7-year-old game. It was released on PC and Mac in 2012 later. I believe I own Blades of Time, and it's mostly a cheesecake game selling on this image, if I'm recalling correctly. There's another game called X Blades, and I think it's probably a clone of that game too. Hack and slash, all the graphics are just terrible. Let's see. What this is, M for mature on the Switch. Another M for mature Switch game. So yeah. Neither X Blades or Blades of Time are actually great games. So the question would be, would the remaster somehow improve the gameplay and the story and everything? Or is it just it runs slightly better, or it runs on the Switch, thus we're calling it a remaster? It kind of looks like a Bayonetta before Bayonetta, but yeah. I'm gonna have to check and see if Blades of Time is on Steam and whether I have it, because that gives me a bit of an excuse to actually play the game. Alright, I have one victory. Can we get 2 more before I'm done with all the news? Next, Tech Raptor has an article. Neptunia of the Neptunia series of games. Shooter is going to blast on the Steam later this month. You can see it's an 8-bit side-scroller shooter game. Neptunia seems to love to go in different directions. Originally it was thought to be an April Fool's joke, but apparently it was one of those April Fool's jokes that actually happens. Alright, well, I think at this point, because I bought a Humble Bundle with most of the Neptunia games, this would be something to put on the wish list, just because I'm now not really committed, but I do own most of the Neptunia games, so I probably should at least spotlight them all. It is a side-scrolling shooter game though, so, and I definitely don't like side-scrolling shooters. So I probably would just spotlight it and not try to play it all the way through. Next we have a game on Steam called The Baldiana, which clearly is a crazy asset flip horror game. Don't really have to say anything more about it. It's just ridiculous garbage all over the place. It's early access for $3.99. English is the only language it claims to speak. Just ridiculous. Yeah. Ridiculous troll game. I think we already talked about this, but Gematsu has an article here. To All of Mankind opening movie, daily flow, and DLC character Tsukaya Shuka. So To All of Mankind is kind of a life strategy game. A bunch of anime girls are in the post-apocalypse in Tokyo, and they're just living their lives and trying to survive. Let's see if I can see a in-game explanation. There's a lot of conversation clearly that's going to happen, and I'm not sure that this actually is a game that has even been guaranteed to come to the West yet, but yeah. but it is slightly interesting from what I've seen. The idea of a survival simulator while also a relationship simulator. Just looks like there's a lot of conversation and trading and such, and they're showing off the different characters. And yeah, I think that's pretty much all they've got to show off so far about it. I'm interested in this game until I see some real gameplay, and then I imagine it will be moderately uninteresting. I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be too much like a dungeon run game, or dungeon crawler or something, or just a basic visual novel game with a lack of, well, I don't know how it could be boring when you're setting yourself in a post-apocalypse. There's a lot of questions that you'd want answered in that story, at the very least. And a game like that certainly could go through the entirety of the game and not answer any questions, and that would be annoying. Let's see. It's just that. GameIndustry.biz has the same article we already talked about. World War Z sold 320,000 copies on the Epic Games Store. Saber Interactive's hit game skipped Steam, but PC still accounted for 25% of its week 1 sales. So if you break down the numbers, it could have been 50% of its sales. So divide 320,000 by 25%, you're going to have 60,000. So if it had been on Steam, they very possibly, if you start from the assumption that it might have been twice as many sales on PC if it was on Steam, which is probably not a big assumption to make. They could have been close to 400,000 sales in week 1. That being said, it also might be a case, and I'm still speculating about this, that the only reason it even has 320,000 sales is because the way they're accounting things is they're saying that the Epic Store, because it's an Epic Store exclusive, bought 60,000 copies of the game on day 1, and now it is up to Epic to sell those 60,000 copies to actual consumers.
Smart move. I concede.
That seems like that might be the possibility too. We've seen other games have slightly suspiciously high sales in the first few days on the Epic Store. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Super Lumberjack that seems like the trailer is using some video from a movie. This looks like an idle clicker game of some sort, and it looks ugly and uninteresting. It's 66 cents discounted, English and Russian, so yeah, probably a Russian troll game. Potentially this is the last game, but I think I said that the last game too, so don't believe me. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam. It's a bunch of Asian characters, and then it says Striker A-Type Game Pack, which that doesn't make any sense.
Injured?
This seems like it's a typing simulator game or something. I have no idea what this is even supposed to be. Early access $2.09, English and Chinese. I'm gonna have to chalk it up to a low effort Chinese typing game. It's pretty much all I can figure out. Is See, I don't know.
Moves quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you're really typing things. But maybe you are? What do I want to do? Yeah, it must be a typing game. Whatever it is, it's a low effort Chinese game. So, should just move on. Next we have a game on Steam called Cat Ching. I think it probably would be better pronounced Cat-Ching instead of Catching. This looks like this is probably a low effort Chinese game, and that makes it questionable on the name, certainly. A game of chase in a restaurant. It's already mixed reviewed. It's free to play, multiplayer only. Let's see. Maybe make some lower graphic settings. Game seems really fun with a lack of settings. It currently has graphic qualities. Doesn't work at all. So it seems like it just runs terribly. Yeah, if you're gonna make your game free to play, I would probably recommend you make an effort to make sure the game is highly polished and ready to be seen by people who are going to criticize your game without even being invested in it because they haven't paid any money to it. Don't put out low quality products as free to play and expect that that's going to give you a benefit of a doubt, because that's certainly not the case. Next we have a game called AVA Dog Tag, which looks like a Counter-Strike Go clone. It's already mixed on reviews. It's free to play also. English and Russian. So I assume this is probably a bad quality Russian game. I wouldn't call it a troll game per se, just not up to snuff. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Starters Orders 7 Horse Racing, which is a horse racing simulator game. You don't get a lot of these on Steam. This doesn't look particularly interesting to me, so for that reason it's not going to be on the follow list. It might be as good as any other horse racing simulator game out there. $31.49 discounted is an extremely high price. And I don't know how interesting it is to watch horse racing or virtually bet on horse racing compared to actually betting on horse racing, because that would be my suspicion as to why most people are interested in horse racing, is the thrill of actually gambling, and once you take that away, I'm not sure how many people really want to play a game like that. Let's see, Gamatsu has an article here. Shin Hayaragami 1 and 2 pack first screenshots for the Switch. It says the collection includes the horror adventure games from Shin Hayaragami, which first launched on the PS3 and Vita in August 2014, and Shin Hayaragami 2, which launched on the PS4, PS3, and Vita in July 2016. Question, is any of this coming to the West? I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this one isn't coming to the West, though. So that's gonna suck. What's the deal? We need this, and then we would need this, and then we would need this. So I can get this and this. Job done. Gamatsu has an article here. Wonder Boy Returns Remix is coming to the Switch May 23rd. A new charge shot feature will be added for the Switch release. I'm not sure if Wonder Boy is a good game, so I don't think it actually is. Wonder Boy being a game that I think actually did exist in the past, and it's not just a game that's designed to look old. But I think it plays not even second fiddle, but third or fourth fiddle to games like, well, Gonk or Super Mario Brothers. Let's see, here's the trailer. And yeah, it's a lot of platforming, a lot of throwing of a hammers while skateboarding. 32 stages. It's a Sega game, which doesn't mean much as far as quality. I should do some research and see how many Wonder Boy games, if any, are actually on Steam. Because if there are some on Steam, I probably should do some more research and consider whether it's worth actually covering or playing those games. Alright. Hit this one and help him do damage to me. GameIndustry.biz has an article. Activision Blizzard looks to esports, mobile, and free-to-play during a company transition. Call of Duty's city-based league sells the first 5 franchise teams. Company staffs up for numerous mobile initiatives. Yeah, that's my understanding of what Blizzard was planning on doing, was Diablo Immortal and mobile games like that. And I think by the end of the point when 3, maybe 4 mobile games are released by Blizzard, Blizzard will have been effectively drained of anybody who actually was interested in making quality games, and the only people that are left will be people who have like no better job offers and can't go anywhere else. This is mostly an opinion, but yeah, they definitely are going in different directions. Directions I wouldn't want to see Activision Blizzard go. TechRaptor has an article. Hitman 2 update significantly beefs up Ghost Mode. So if you're still playing Hitman and Hitman 2, there's a new update and more reason to keep on playing. I don't know if I'm ever going to get around to the point where I would play the Hitman reboot series, but whatever. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam. It's a bunch of, looks like Japanese characters.
Is someone injured?
Let's see. It looks like it might be, it's tagged as an RPG, but it looks like it might be a more kiddie-oriented beat-em-up game. Let's see. English is not supported. Requires a controller. It's free, and it's only in Japanese, so I wonder if this is to promote some cartoon that is out in Japan right now. I don't recognize anything here, but I'm definitely not well versed in kid-focused cartoons from Japan. It would explain this spelling in these symbols here, though. This is the easier Japanese language. These symbols are spelling something out instead of the more complicated Japanese language with more strokes and such. It doesn't look like it's really much of a game, though. It looks like you're going to follow a path and beat up on a bunch of enemies. here and play some more.
I'm out of cards.
Here we have on Steam Star Wars Battlefront Classic 2004. If this runs well, that would be great because I'm pretty sure Battlefront 2, which was the one I covered, actually did not run very well at all. And it looked very much like this in the first level that I was testing things out. And you could see a seam in the sky at all times because of it just rendering badly. This is rated very positively right now, and I have to assume that a lot of this is nostalgia. I don't really think that people, if they were objectively looking at this game and not thinking about it as something that they've played before or as a Star Wars game, I don't think people would like Battlefront 1. Although maybe Battlefront 1 is way better than Battlefront 2. That could be the case too.
Well played.
This is $8.49 discounted, and I can just buy the bundle, I imagine, and get a little bit more of a discount. So yeah, that's something I'll think about doing. Although it wouldn't.
Well played.
I wouldn't be surprised if I choose not to do that either. Just play all the cards. Just to save a little bit of money. Because the next time I need to even play a Star Wars game will be next year on May the 4th. Next we have a game on Steam called Primal Forge, which looks like a low-effort MS Paint RPG Maker-esque game, although it's not actually RPG, it's even worse. Early access for $2.99 discounted, 13 achievements. Yep, nothing there of interest. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called To the Stars and Beyond. This is a tapping game, I imagine, mobile port, where you're just tapping to speed up and releasing to go to slow down, and just trying to get as high as possible on these slopes. If this was a free mobile game, I would be cool with it, but it's not. It's a $2.39 game, at least it is right now on the 20% off sale. Yeah, super simplistic, super low effort. Alright, I have only a couple more tabs to cover, and then I'm just going to end this stream. Now, as far as daily quests, there's a ton to do still. Today's been a real bad day as far as daily quests because we've got victories galore on the Americas account and the Asian account, and we had a ton of news, and it just went on forever. So next game we have on Steam is called Beautify Day. Seems like it's just a low effort Chinese game. English is not supported. That explains the non-English name. 99 cents, Chinese only. So no interest in that. Next there's a game here called Muscle Car Robot Project, which on the face of it, a mecha game where you're running around that transforms into a car like a transformer, which is I assume what this does, although I didn't actually see any animation that transformed. All of that sounds interesting, but what this really is just a asset flip game, just another low effort game. It's discounted to $2.99, and so of course it can't make it to the follow list. A considerable amount of games were covered today, by the way, and most of them did not qualify in quality. We covered more games today than average, and we're ending up with just about the same amount of games that would normally be added to the follow list. If anything, there may be fewer. Next, we have a game on Steam called Detective D: The Silk Rose Murders, which this seems like this is a pixel graphics point-and-click adventure style game based out of a Chinese detective mystery story, which is definitely different. It's $9.89 discounted, and it's English and Chinese. This is the kind of game that might have a chance to be good quality, so I'll give it a follow. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not good quality, but it's better than what we normally see, so it deserves a chance. And then that just puts me at the Humble Bundle store, and there's a new Humble Monthly, and the More Board Games bundle is still going on, and the Lego Games bundle is still going on, but there's nothing else happening. And let's see, there was this last thing that I came across, and it's not really a story I can talk about too much, but I pulled up a Japanese website to show it off. There is a Fallout 4 mod that's either in the works or has been finished that reskins the characters as anime faces, which inherently the complaint of Fallout games is that the characters have very dirty faces and ugly looking faces. So you'll start with something like this as this is, I believe, the default female character that you play as, and then this mod gives you a selection of different hairstyles and items and some different outfits. Some of them make some sense, and I could certainly see if you wanted to play a Fallout 4 game with anime characters, this mod would have some interesting different appearance to it, but it's not really going to change the gameplay or anything too much. And then it starts to break things when they're wearing Japanese school outfits. It also breaks the canon for the most part, because the nuclear war for Fallout was, I believe, against a fictional American-like country and a fictional Chinese-like country. And at this time, Japan itself would probably have been still in its isolationist state, and certainly not influenced by Disney cartoons to create anime as content. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of information about this mod, so you'd have to try and find it. And there's another mod that will put anime characters on your metal mech suits, but this one will be, I think, talked about by MXR and other people who follow Fallout mods and a lot more in the next few weeks, so you're just kind of getting a sneak peek on that. And since it's Friday, I seriously doubt that there would be any new tweets that need to be talked about. The Sonic movie trailer came out. I guess this is kind of video game related. The director, Jeff Fowler, vows to fix the hideous way that Sonic looks. A lot of streamers making a big deal about the trailer. In the end, I think this movie is just going to be a stupid movie that doesn't mean or matter in any way. Anyways, so they can do whatever they want to fix the way it looks, but it will be wasting money, because nobody was ever really planning on going to see the Sonic movie. I'm not even 100% sure people are planning on going to see the Detective Pikachu movie, or Pokemon movies in general seem to just be losing their fan base as they age out. Yeah, I scrolled down on my Twitter feed and there seems to be no new news. Let's look at the stats, by the way. I'm looking at the stats right now. It seems like there's been no problem whatsoever. No streaming problem, no recording problem, which is good. So I wish they'd fix the bug so that if you're having internet problems, you still would get a clean recording backup. But they're going to have to find that bug and figure out what went wrong in the first place. And it may all be on my side, so I may have fixed the bug and there's nothing else to do. I've been streaming for years and it's never happened like that before. Yeah, and I hope I get some feedback on the colors, whether they look the same, different, or better. Otherwise, that's it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.